on the ad, it's like the Wi-Fi disconnects. Okay, welcome to Draft Utopia here on TalkShoe and Restream. I've got William Yanish with me on Restream. I've got Joey on the phone. He might be on TalkShoe later. We'll see how it goes, but we're going to start with the 43 defensive ends. The defensive end rankings. There's edge rushers in both the outside linebacker and defensive end rankings, but I'm going to break down my top 20 defensive ends today. And we're going to start with Mykel Williams. Mykel Williams has been my number one defensive end all year since the start of the season. And I had him in the top 10 for a while. I think I had him in the top 5 at one point because I was just wowed by his athletic traits. But here's the deal. There's not a sack artist this year. I was just talking about with this just Joey off the air. There's not a guy who's getting 10 sacks, 10 quarterback pressures, 20 to 50 pressures where they are consistently pressuring the quarterback. And you had two blue chip edges in Verse and Latu last year. You also had Dallas Turner, who had Pro Bowl upside, but was seen as a little raw. Some had him as the number one edge. But the point remains, all three of those guys were expected to go in the top half of the draft because 6 QBs went in the top 12. They ended up falling as a result. We're not going to see that this year. That was an outlier. And even though I do think there are some first-round guys, they're not getting the sacks that they got last year. And that's really the big issue when it comes to this draft class in general. Like, for example, I have an 83 floor grade on Mykel Williams, and a 93 potential grade, but he's not played like that guy this year. He played like that guy last year, showed flashes, and I do like Mykel Williams. He's still my number one pass rusher, but he's only had 6 solo tackles, 4 assisted tackles, 10 total tackles, 2 sacks, 1 forced fumble this season. Though that's his bottom line. And we've seen Mykel Williams. I mean, I thought he made a splash versus Clemson. He did have both of his 2 sacks came against the Texas Longhorns and Kelvin Banks. So, well, I think he played the right tackle. Yeah, he's the left end at Georgia, so he played the Texas right tackle, and he got 2 sacks against the Texas right tackle, who's replacing the Cardinals' third-round pick. So, outside of that game, he hasn't really had a sack this year. And, you wanted to see him show up against Florida, Ole Miss. He got pressures in those games, Joey, but it was only like 1 pressure, and I feel like he's had a lot more double teams this year compared to a season ago because 2023, he was sort of considered an under-the-radar player. Now, people know his speed, his athletic traits. He's not really that under-the-radar player anymore.
I'm going to start looking at when next time I watch tape on any of these guys, I'm going to look at it. There is no reason guys like Williams should only have 2 sacks. Okay? You're that talented, you're a top 5, top 10 pick, you get double teamed, you should be able to handle that. And the big thing when you can, especially when you have all the moves and you have all the athletic traits, that I look at, and this goes for a bunch of these guys, what's your birth like? What's your first step looking like? Are you taking the wrong step? Are you throwing off the ball? There's something, my first thought as a former lineman and a former coach, look at those feet. What are those feet doing? Because there is a disconnect somewhere, not just with him, but with a lot of these guys this year. And I think it's probably going to have to do with footwork, just based off the results, because there's no way a lot of the talent that we have that we're going to be talking about here has so poor results.
This draft kind of reminds me of 2010, 2012, because in 2010 you had some guys that weren't getting 10 sacks a year, but they had high ceilings. Think Derek Morgan, think Brian Arakpo, think Jason Pierre-Paul. Those were all guys who had high potential, but they were also, some of those guys didn't get 10 sacks in college, but you bet on their upside, you bet on their traits. similar with Chandler Jones in that respect. So this feels a lot like 2010 or 2012 where it's hit or miss. Yeah, there's a lot of high upside players, and I do have an 83 floor grade on Mikael Williams and a 93 ceiling grade. And the reason I have him graded that high is when I watched his tape in the summer, he was the only guy and dropping into coverage consistently. He's the only guy doing it consistently. And NFL teams are going to still value that. But you are hoping from him this year, and we haven't seen that yet. So I have him at 11 on my board, and you could argue that he should be behind Deion Walker, who I have at 12, my top defensive tackle. And we'll talk about the defensive tackles next week, but that 11's too high for I still say and Mark's had Mingo get pushed up because it wasn't a sack artist. There was a team because they needed to push guys up the board, but
It wasn't a very good draft for most things. We were all banking on athleticism across the board because it just wasn't there.
Yeah. William, what do you want to add to the Mikael Williams argument? Then we're going to get into some of the other edge rushers here.
Well, you're talking about 2010. That's the year that the Panthers drafted Everett in the second round, wasn't it? They jumped up and traded a first-round pick the next year. I believe that was that year. That was that was the year that they drafted Clausen too. But no, I definitely see what you're talking about, and no one's really showing out exactly what you said, and it's about what I got, man. I mean,
I do have 17 of my 20 defensive ends have that upside to be. It's like floor and upside. The upside's good, but you're not seeing the consistency. Number 25 is my next defensive end, Nick Scorton out of Texas A&M. I've got a floor grade of 80, a ceiling grade of 90. He's another player who should be able to break out by year 3, but it might be one of those drafts where the first 2 years the guys develop as edge rushers, and then the breakouts come in year 3 or 4 of the rookie deal. If teams remain patient, that might be what we're getting this year. But Nick Scorton is my number 2 43 defensive end. He looked really good lining up against both Notre Dame's right tackles and left tackles in the season opener. That's the last film cut I did for the YouTube channel. And the reason I haven't done as many film cuts this year is because I'm still editing some of the articles Wes sent me, like Butkus Award watch list Remington. I know you shared the Remington earlier. I appreciate that, William. I've pretty much done with most of the college football watch lists Wes sent me. I still got to do the Butkus and the Bronco Nagurski, but I'm probably going to wait until I code week 16 to do the Bronco Nagurski, depending on what my schedule looks like. But as far as number 2 defensive end, it's got to be Nick Scorton. I do have James Pierce Jr. in the outside linebacker rankings, Joey, because he's listed at 245. So even though he could be a defensive end, I have him listed in the outside linebacker rankings. He will probably be our number 1 outside linebacker in 2 weeks from today.
That is actually what I'm.
Yeah, but Scorton I have at 25 on my board. Pierce I have at 27, but I'll talk more about Pierce in 2 weeks from now because I'm going to focus mainly on the defensive ends. And here's the thing. As far as upside goes, 17 of the 20 defensive ends in these draft rankings have starter potential. It's just how many are going to get an opportunity to play and how many have broken out in terms of sacks, production. But I have Scorton at 25, and the final guy I have at 32 is JT Tuimoloau. I have a 78 floor grade on on a 90 for ceiling grade. I think Tui is a kick, not a just ceiling by year 3. I mean, he's the only guy who got a quarterback pressure against both Joe Alt and Olu Fashanu, the top 2 tackles in last year's draft. He's the only guy to win a quarterback pressure against both of them. And that, for me, makes him a late first-round pick.
See, that's the thing is I'm wondering, the question is how many of these guys can stand up and be, the 3-4 outside linebackers? And like you're talking about this one, you're talking about James Pierce and this and that. That's what's going through my mind right now.
I know Mikel Williams, he can get pressure on the quarterback with or without his hand in the dirt. Scorton is mainly a 43 hand in the dirt guy. Same with Tui Maloau, same with Jack Sawyer, and same with Landon Jackson, who are all edge rushers 2 through 5 in my defensive end rankings. Pierce in my outside linebacker rankings with Abdul Carter, Harold Perkins. We'll talk about that in 2 weeks. I know I'm confusing William here by bringing up the outside linebackers because edge rushers are edge rushers. They function all the same despite the scheme differences, but I have
never get enough.
Yeah, I've got Tui Maloau at 32 on my big board, and then I've got his Ohio State teammate Jack Sawyer at 35. I've got a floor grade of 77 out of 99, a ceiling grade of 92. Sawyer's ceiling is slightly higher than Tui Maloau's, but he's more of a project. He's not going to provide that immediate impact Tui Maloau will. And if your floor is below 80, you're for job and wait to validate why you should be starting to get one. That goes for any rookie, but
Well, yeah, and the one thing about Jack Sawyer is he's definitely raw. He needs to start learning some pass rush moves. I mean, he's still an exciting player to watch and all that, but he has some things to work on, just like you said, and he gets a good coach and keeps his hand in the dirt. I mean, I could even see him standing up, maybe, but I mean, that's just my thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, I only have 3 first-round defensive ends: Mikel Williams, Nick Scorton, and Tui Maloau. I'm not counting Pierce. You can theoretically count him, but I'm not going to count him. I'm going to talk about him in 2 weeks. But I've got 3 first-round defensive ends, and then I've got 2 early seconds in Jack Sawyer and Landon Jackson, Arkansas defensive end, who did accept a Senior Bowl invite. So Landon Jackson is officially going to Mobile. That is officially official. I've got a floor of 77 on him and a ceiling of 91 on him. So
is that there's been a lot of talk in Ohio State circles that Ryan Day cannot and for develop talent. So he is not good at it, and that's one of the reasons Ohio State's struggling. So maybe Sawyer is a product of Ryan Day just not being able to develop talent the way that a lot of people would like.
that might be the case with Tui Maloau too, but Tui Maloau, he's gotten quarterback pressures against best of the best, and he does have 5 sacks on the year. He matched his 5 sacks from last year, which is why I have Tui Maloau in the first round. He
should definitely. That's a good grade on him. I definitely agree with it, with the disruption he causes and all that. So
yeah, he had 6.5 sacks last year. Sawyer, he only has 3 this season, and his tape was good last year. He was winning pressures against Blake Miller, the Notre Dame right tackle, Caden Wallace, the Penn State right tackle. Jack Sawyer's junior tape was really good, but it hasn't been as good as a senior. He had 1 sack against Western Michigan, 1.5 sacks against Iowa, and 0.5 sack against Purdue last week. That's it. Those are the only games that, he had a sack. Still an impact player, but at the same token, you'd like to see a little bit more from I know what I'm getting with Nick Scorton. He's mainly a 43 defensive end, but he can stuff the run well, swat passes, drop back in coverage. jack of all trades, probably only jack of all trades edge rusher outside of Mikel Williams. And then Tui Maloau, same thing, good run stuffer, good, can swat passes down. You'd like to see him play more in coverage, but he does everything well for a 43 defensive end. And the same can be said for Jack Sawyer and Landon Jackson. These are hand in the dirt type defensive ends. And Landon Jackson had 6.5 sacks last year. He has 4.5 this year, but he's had all 4.5 of his sacks in the last 5 games. Didn't get a sack until the 5th game of the year on September 28th against Texas A&M, but he's had a half a sack or more in 4 of Arkansas's last 5 games. So that's the big takeaway there. The consistency that you want to see from Landon Jackson's there now. It took a few games for him to get settled in, but that consistency is there. I think that's a big reason why Jim Nagy invited Landon Jackson to the Senior Bowl. He's Landon Jackson, Arkansas edge rusher. He's 37 on my board, but he's the highest ranked prospect in all of my draft rankings except a Senior Bowl invite. So do you got anything you want to say about Arkansas's Landon Jackson? Because this is a guy who was on my radar very early, even when Williams started scouting Drew Sanders a few years ago.
Yeah,
we had Jackson on our radar at the time, dating back to his sophomore year.
Arkansas always had a good defensive line, and that's one thing about them. Drew Sanders, he was a 3-down linebacker, just not in the traditional type. I mean, 2 downs at middle linebacker, and then third you could line him up anywhere and rush the passer, and dude had some pass rush moves on him, and this guy was right there. I mean, Arkansas did well with him compared to where he was at Alabama and all that. So
yeah, but what do you have to say about Landon Jackson, Joey? Because he complimented Drew Sanders quite well, and then when Sanders left, he sort of asserted himself as the leader of the Arkansas Razorbacks defense.
That's what I think. He's 21 years old, 280 pounds, 6'7", he runs a 4.740 and brought back in pass. That is an intriguing amount of, okay, what do we do with this guy? Because he's obviously got the physical trait to do everything. The type of guy that the Ravens took back in the day when everybody said, what do you take him for? You need a linebacker, not a defensive lineman. Put him at rush linebacker and said, oh, we just made a Hall of Famer out of this guy. Now, I'm not saying that's going to happen with Landon Jackson. He has some of the same physical traits where he can do all that stuff.
My player comp for Landon Jackson's is a throwback. Not necessarily an old school comp, but it is a throwback. Patrick Kearney of the Atlanta Falcons.
Yeah, that's a good one. Kearney is definitely a similar player. So I can get behind that. But I find him intriguing because he is really one of the best packages of athleticism, size, and speed that we're going to get in this draft. So I think he may end up getting pushed up because of his versatility. Because we've seen it before. If you're versatile enough, guess what's going to happen? You're going to get pushed up in the draft because they can do a lot more with you. You don't have the limitations. So I think Landon Jackson may end up being taken probably as early as the mid-first, maybe late first round, simply because of that versatility and athleticism.
I see purely a 43 defensive end, but he can play edge rusher on either side, line up against either tackle. He's a great run stuffer. Mainly a hand in the dirt guy, but I could see why he reminds you of Suggs a little bit. Not in the sense that he's an outside linebacker, but in the sense that, he does a lot well on tape. Jackson's the only edge rusher that I have in the 2nd round outside of Jack Sawyer. I have a bunch of guys in the 3rd round.
What really made him stand apart was his mentality. see anybody with that type of intensity in this draft, that type of relentlessness, that type of fiery nature. You might see a little bit of the athleticism, maybe a little bit of the versatility, but you're not going to find that fiery nature, that thing that really made something special. You're not finding that in this draft. You're just not. These guys don't have that.
I would say Jackson's floor is Sam Hubbard. His ceiling is Kearney, which is good. That's a good floor and ceiling to have. I mean, it's not.
Absolutely. It means you're going to have a long career. You're going to be able to do multiple things, and you're going to be good. You're going to be productive. You're going to make some money, and that is. And you're going to have a career more than 3 years, which is more than 99% of the people who end up getting drafted have. So, I mean, good for him.
Yep. The next guy on this rankings, I have Kamon Rucker, floor of 71, ceiling of 91. I don't think he's a shoe-in to reach his ceiling. It feels like there's a 50-50 chance he'll reach his ceiling. But I loved Rucker heading into the year. I had a first on him in the preseason. I have a third on him now. Rucker's one of these guys who's just another one of these guys in this draft who's underachieved. And at least the top 5 guys, they're safe bets to reach their ceiling. There's not a guarantee to reach their ceiling, but I would say there's at least a 60, 70, maybe 80% chance the guys, the top 5 edge rushers and the top 5 defensive ends, Mikael Williams, Nick Scorton, JT Tuimoloau, Ohio State, Landon Jackson. I would say there's at least a 60 to 80% chance those 5 defensive ends reach their ceilings. And those guys all have high, good floors too. First floor, but he had 5 sacks. Has 5 sacks now. But against Virginia and won against Florida State, and everybody else held him in check. He did get injured in the Minnesota game, and he did not return until October 12th, and that's why the production's limited. But if he's medically cleared to play now, he's not going to get injured again. Rucker does feel like a guy who, we may have to keep a closer eye on. My floor grade on Rucker might be a little bit too low, if I'm being honest. But I want to see what he does the rest of the year before I
want to clarify, though, because you think medically cleared,
I don't know if he was injured, but he went from August 29th to October 12th before playing again. And then North Carolina had a bye on the 19th, but he's played the last 2 games. So I'm guessing he was injured. He missed some time. But, this is the thing. Outside of Mikael Williams, the one guy who was consistently rushing the passer, stopping the run on tape in the summer for me was Kamon Rucker. I had a first on him. I don't think he's a first now, but I still think he's too talented to fall out of day 2. I know a lot of the draft simulators have him in the 200s. It's ridiculous. This is a 3rd-round guy for me right now. And the good combine, good Senior Bowl, I could see him going in the 2nd round, maybe even moving into late 1st. I do like Rucker. And then next up is Donovan Izaraku out of Boston College. This is a guy that does have 10 sacks this year for Boston College. He started out at Pittsburgh, and he transferred to Boston in the portal. So bring ESPN, but his team at like 250, correct in that respect. But he had 2 sacks against Florida State, only had 1 tackle against Duquesne, but Boston College shut out Duquesne. They didn't really need their best edge rusher. 1 sack against Missouri, 2 sacks against Michigan State, 3 sacks against Western Kentucky, 1 against Virginia, 2 against Syracuse. Louisville and Virginia Tech kept him in check, but he still had a forced fumble against Virginia Tech. Izaraku, big-time impact player, and first sack artist we have here, I have him in the third round. I have an 85 for floor grade on him, but I have a ceiling grade of 85, which is above average starter, but I do think he's going to be a high-end starter. This is a guy Brian Lewis told me about, and Next Pro Scouting did compare him to Yannick Naguko. That's the player comparison for Donovan Izaraku out of Boston College. Bottom line, he's a dynamic edge rusher with the speed, power, and technique to impact multiple facets of the game. Pass rushing prowess and hand usage makes him a consistent threat against the QB, and his physicality and awareness add value as a run defender. So he could develop into a key piece. But he's a reliable run defender. Not going to play in coverage, but he's very good at pass rushing and stuffing the run. You are going to have to develop him in terms of his coverage. And I think he's a safe, high-floor player, can develop into a reliable starter. I don't think he's a Pro Bowl player, but I think he's a player who can develop into a consistent, reliable starter. And Izaraku, there's a reason he's at 82 on my board. He's the 7th in my rank out of 20, and I have 82. I know Izaraku's been one of the more impressive players. I know we really haven't talked about sack artists, but he's got 11 on the year. He's had a good year in his draft year. He's a guy who's moving if he ends up.
Yeah, that scouting report that you had on him, I mean, sounded real decent, dude.
Yeah.
You know, and that should, the potential is there.
This is from Next Pro Scouting, their Twitter handle. Next Pro Scouts, they have they follow me on Twitter. They've got 27.4 followers. They do a really good job scouting reports. And this is the thing. This was their last scouting report before the election. Then they posted a bunch of stuff about the election with Trump and Kamala. I'm not getting into that. We're going to move on to the next entry. Ashton Gillott.
All right.
On that, you're looking at a guy that's probably going to bounce around a little bit. He's going to have big, he's going to make big presses, but he's going to be expendable.
That's what I'm saying. My potential grade for him is an 85 out of 99. That's a borderline for potential, and I felt like Mac Jones was a bust. But I think this guy's going to be better than Mac Jones was at quarterback. Okay, I'll say that much about Izaraku. I do like him a lot. I think he's a safer pick, but I also don't see a Pro Bowl player. But I do see a guy who could be a reliable starter. Maybe not a high-end starter, but a borderline starter on an NFL team. And then my next two, I have a few more edge rushers in the third round. I have Ashton Gillott, Louisville. 10 sacks last year at Louisville, provided the same production this year. He's been taking on a lot more double teams, but that's opened things up for other guys like Thor Griffith, his defensive tackle teammate. I have him in the third round, Ashton Gillott, but his floor is lower than both Izaraku and Kamon Rucker. And
he does not ceiling.
I actually have his ceiling high. I have his ceiling higher than Izaraku, but his floor is lower. With Izaraku, I got 71 for floor, 85 for ceiling. With Gillott, I've got 70 for floor, 90 for ceiling. But it's boom or bust. That's what you're saying.
How to free up the defense. And that's something I look at as a coach and say, I can work with that. I like that. I can work with that. because he knows what he's doing. Might not have the overall skill set yet, but he has the understanding.
And Louisville had a really good edge rusher room leading up to the 2023 draft. I think that's part of the reason why he's gotten a lot of play time in 23 and 24, and he had limited playing time in 22. But one reason why his how as high as like it to be, remember Louisville 23 draft. The Jaguars took an edge rusher out of Louisville who's like and then the Buccaneers took Yaya Diaby in the third round, and he's now their right outside linebacker. He took the after Shaq Barrett left, he beat out first round pick Joe Tryon for the right outside linebacker job. So that's the other thing you got to look at here. And then the other edge rusher the Jaguars took was Yasir Abdullah. But Louisville, I think they run a 34. So Ashton Gillott still plays edge rusher, but he also plays some 34 defensive ends. So there is some versatility there. He has the body of a 43 defensive end, but I think Louisville runs a 34, Joey. Because I think the year in 2022 and Diaby and the guy the Jaguars drafted. I'm going to keep forgetting the guy the Jaguars drafted. I don't know why. It's probably because it's funny because we had Abdullah graded higher than Diaby. I remember in that 23 draft, Joey, we both had Abdullah graded above Diaby, but Diaby's had the better NFL career so far. But, I just think that's interesting. Louisville starting to... Gillott, but yeah. Louisville's building a good edge rusher factory. That's, Yaya Diaby, Yasir Abdullah, now Ashton Gillott. That's 3 / outside the last 3 NFL drafts. His last name's Gillott, not Gillette. I know you're trying to have some fun there, but his last name is Gillott. Gllotte. So it's pronounced Gillott.
We do too much of that on here, I swear. That's one thing I think people need to understand is the difference in the positions between 4-3 outside linebacker and 3-4 outside linebacker. And
I think Gillott's a 34 defensive end at Louisville, but he has the body of a 43 defensive end because he's 6'4", 275.
And that puts him at 3-4.
Abdullah were outside linebackers at Louisville in the 34 there when they were draft eligible. And I'm guessing Gillott
in a J.J. Watt role.
But there was less pressure on him to be the guy back then. And then he had the breakout season after those guys left, which is why he's on people's radars now.
And he should be. They, like you said, they've definitely put some players out the last couple of years, and it matters.
Yeah. The next player is Princely Umanian. He is a Princely Umanian. He played for the Florida Gators last year. I remember we talked about him on the podcast. I think we had him in the outside linebacker rankings last year. He's added some more muscle. He's been mainly used as a defensive end at Ole Miss, and he's added some muscle. He was like 247, 249 last year. He's at 256 now, which is good. That's encouraging to see. But the production, the thing with Umanian is he relies on his speed to win reps. But he has had a ridiculous 9.5 sacks on the year. I might be too low on this guy. I may have to move this guy up on the board because the thing with him was he always had the speed to be elite, but the sacks and production wasn't. He's 9.5 on the year, and he's had 8.5 of those 9 sacks in the last 5 games. He had a sack against Georgia Southern, 1.5 versus Kentucky, 2 versus Oklahoma, 2 at I may have to move Imanian up if he continues to ball out down the stretch. I do have him in the third round, but I didn't know his production was that high. And people love his speed, his athletic traits. And
I'll compare him to a guy I liked last year, Isaiah McGuire. I think he's Missouri. He's going to take some development.
I agree. There's a lot of people that have him in the first round because they see Princely Umanian, they see Abdul Carter, they see Harold Perkins. Even though the tape isn't dominant consistently, they're just looking at the athletic traits and trying to push guys up. I mean...
Now here's the question, though. Isaiah McGuire now is getting a good bit of reps with the Browns, and he still needs development. How soon do you think he will get reps with whoever drafts him? Do you think it's going to be a year? Is it going to be 2 years? Because it's not going to be immediate. It's like McGuire that had a lot of athletic traits.
Well, his ceiling's much higher than McGuire. I had a borderline...
I agree. I'm just trying to compare the athleticism. And
McGuire was a day 3 guy for most people. He was never in the day 2 conversation. I know you were higher on him than the consensus, and that's fair. In your defense, that's fair. But as far as Princely Umanian goes, I have a floor grade of 69 out of 70 means you need a year on the bench to develop. 1 year on the bench. You don't need multiple years, but you need to sit out your rookie year and develop. If your floor grade's below a 70, you need to develop on the bench your rookie year and learn the playbook, develop your moves, develop your skill set. And I've got a ceiling grade.
Then are they worth a day 2 pick?
80, anything below a 90 is a high-end starter, but not a Pro Bowler. 85 is my start. So I do think Umanian's a high-end starter, but I also think he needs at least 1 or 2 years of development before you start him. And you're going to have to be patient with him because I would say he's a 50% chance he reaches his ceiling. That's the case with a lot of defensive ends in this group. After the first 2 rounds, Joey, a lot of the defensive ends in this draft, they have high ceilings, but there's a 50-50 chance they reach their ceiling. Izuraku, he'll be a good starter, but because his ceiling's limited, he'll probably be a journeyman. Kamon Rucker, Ashton Jalot, Umanian, all 3 of these guys are good enough to go in day 2, but there's only a 50-50 chance they reach their ceiling and become high-end starter or maybe a Pro Bowl player on day 2. I'd say maybe there's a 20% chance they become a Pro Bowl player, but a 50% chance they become a high-end starter. And at that rate, it just feels like you're gambling. You're rolling the dice at that point. And there's nothing wrong with that. If you need depth at edge rusher, you really like the player, or the player wowed you in the interview process, that's fine if that's how you feel. And the other defensive end I have rounding out the third round is Jordan Birch, a player, because if you remember when we talked about Brandon Dorless on the podcast last year, you like Jordan Birch more because I had Dorless ahead of Birch. I think I had Dorless in the 3rd round and I had Birch in like the 4th or 5th, but you like Birch more. I think I had Birch in the 4th, but you liked Birch more last year. Birch ends up going back. Dorless ends up getting picked in the 4th round. I moved him up to the 2nd round after watching his tape against Washington, but I have Birch at 101, and that is a 4th round grade. But when you take the comp picks into account, after picks 96, there are 6 compensation picks this year. I have Princely Umanian at 99 on my board and Birch at 101. So you could argue those guys are 4th rounders, but they barely make the cut as 3rd round prospects on my board. So, but yeah, I've got 10 defensive ends in the first 3 rounds of this draft. Joey, William, you want to add anything to, but after Landon Jackson, a lot of these guys are going to be hit or miss. That's basically the point I'm trying to make, Joey, is after Landon Jackson, number 5 defensive end, a lot of these guys are going to be hit or miss, and the safest one is Izuraku, but he also has the lowest ceiling of the 5, which is what makes this really tricky when you get to the 3rd round of this draft, when it comes to the evaluations. Joey, William, what do you want to add to that before I get to the fourth round guys?
I think you pretty much nailed it, man. Landon Jackson. I mean, that's one that I'm really watching. And besides that, I'm not so sure. You said there's a lot of
I
guys
feel
in there
like
that can
Mikael
start.
Williams, Nick Scorton, JT Tuimoloau, Jack Sawyer, Landon Jackson, those guys are all safe bets to reach their ceiling. I have all 5 of those guys in my top 37. And then the other guys, K'Mon Rucker, Ashton Gillott. I do have Pro Bowl potential on those guys, but they're very raw. There's probably only a 50% chance they develop into a starter, maybe a 20% chance they reach their ceiling, become a Pro Bowl player. And then Uzaraku could be a good starter, but he's also probably going to be a journeyman, could be a rotational edge too. Princely Umanian's going to need a year or two to develop. Same with Jordan Birch. He's good enough to develop into a starter, but going to need a year or two to develop, I think.
I can agree with that.
After that top 5 or 6 is there are a lot of Isaiah McGuire where you have the athleticism, you have the traits, you have the upside, but like you said, 50-50 chance. Are they going to reach their potential or aren't they? And that is basically what you're getting in this draft. Is a lot of 3rd to 7th round guys. They're probably going to be pushed up a little bit, but you're taking a shot at them. If you need defensive end depth, edge rusher depth, you're good to take these guys home to develop. You need immediate help off the edge. You better have a first round pick, because at the end of the day, it's a 50-50 shot if you get a.
So we're all 3 of us are in agreement. After Landon Jackson, it feels like there's a 50-50 chance you're getting a starter and maybe only a 20% chance you're getting a Pro Bowl player. We're in agree. All 3 of us are in agreement on that. Just double checking.
Yes, sir.
I've got
100% correct.
I think I've got defensive. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've got 7 defensive ends with 4th round grades. Yeah, all these guys do have starter potential, but their floors are very bad. Like, their floors are worse than Umanian and Jordan Birch, if you want me to be technical. At 106, I have Miami Hurricanes left end Ruben Bain. He is at 106 on my board. Floor grade is 63 out of 99. Ceiling grade is 90 out of 99. So I would say it's tough because if he develops for 2, he's going to need a minimum of 2 years of development, Joey. We're in agreement on that. If your floor is that low that I've got a 63 on you for your floor, that tells me you're going to need a minimum of 2 years of development. And you may end up just being a situational pass rusher, and there's nothing wrong with that. Teams value situational pass rushers now. I mean, Nick Herbig's good enough to start. I loved Nick Herbig coming out of Wisconsin. I had a 2nd round grade on Nick Herbig, but he fell to the 4th round. The Steelers got him. He's now a backup edge rusher in Pittsburgh in a very good situation, even though he does have starter potential. And Ruben Bain feels like a player who's going to be one of these. He's going to start out as a situational edge. Question is, can he become more than that? And if he gets an opportunity to start, can he reach that ceiling grade of 90? I would say there's a 90% chance he doesn't reach that 90 overall grade, overall ceiling, but he could still be it feels like he could still be a 45% chance he's a starter, 45% chance he's a situational edge, or maybe it's 50, 45, and 5 when you get to this point in the draft. But either way, it is a numbers game. I do like Ruben Bain. He does a lot well. As far as I do like his ceiling, and Ruben Bain is the Miami Hurricanes' best defensive lineman this year.
The only guy with the black microphone. He took the Buffalo Wings and the original.
He's in that group of Jack that we've been talking about for the last few minutes. And for those of you who haven't tuned in that often, Jack, just a guy.
Yep, and then after that, the next defensive end on my board is Patrick Payton. I've got a floor grade of 60 out of 99. potential grade of 90 out of 99. See, this is the problem once you get to the third day of the draft. There are guys with high ceilings, but it goes from being 50-50 chance of getting a starter to probably 40% chance of getting a starter, maybe a 10% chance of getting a Pro Bowler. It's a numbers game, Joey. It's a numbers game, essentially. That's the big takeaway here. I'm not trying to.
I think it's not this year. I think it's a lot worse this year. Because at least we could say, hey,
No, because I think a lot of these guys in the fourth round are better than Isaiah McGuire was coming out of Missouri last year.
I think, yeah.
As far as floor, I could see why you disagree with me. I can see the thought process, but as far as ceiling goes, yeah. You're in the 63-60 range by the time we get to the fourth round. We might be looking at situational edges by this point in the draft. We could be looking at players who become starters if they reach their potential, but if your floor is at like a 60 and your ceiling's at a 90, that averages out to a 75, even if you work your ass off and do everything correctly.
Yeah, you're 100% correct on that, man. And I watched that Miami defense, and they were just swarming last year. And I mean, it was something. I mean, it really, really stuck out what they were doing.
Yeah, Patrick Payton had an opportunity to be the guy. I remember a lot of people at a first-round grade on Payton in the summer, but he just took a step back without Jared Verse and kind of validated why Verse was drafted in the first round, why Verse is the front runner to win Defensive Rookie of the Year this season. And that's the big reason why Patrick Payton has a fourth-round grade now. Not necessarily a knock against him. It's just,
Well, that was like a long time ago, LSU. I mean, Michael Brockers, they were saying how good he was, and I was watching the players around him, and it was like, man, he's good because the players around him are good. I mean, he stuck around the league a little bit, but I mean, he was out relatively quick, and I mean, that was just one thing that really stuck out was, the supporting cast around him. That's one thing you have to really look at, looking at defensive ends.
Jasheen Davis had 11 sacks at double-digit sacks at Wake Forest last year. He ended up returning to school. Hasn't been as dominant this year. But what's interesting with Davis is, for Jasheen Davis, I do have a floor grade of 59 out of 99, a ceiling grade of 89. So if we take floor and ceiling and we average those out to median, that's probably a 74, which is good for a rotational rusher if that's what you're looking for. He's going to start out as a rotational edge rusher. A lot of these guys are. I do like Jasheen Davis, but he hasn't been able to overcome the double teams. The next guy at 14, Antoine Powell-Ryland. I gave him a ceiling grade of 88 out of 99, but I don't think he's a Pro Bowl guy. I think he's a high-end starter if he reaches his ceiling. I gave him a floor of 58, and I think Joey would argue that's a little bit too low. Maybe he should move up ahead of some of these guys. He's had a good year. I don't think he's all that as far as talent goes, but I could see him being the steal of this draft. He could be the guy who gets picked in day 3 who ends up becoming a consistent NFL starter, like Max Crosby coming out of Eastern Michigan. Do I think he's as good as Crosby? Hell no. But Antoine Powell-Ryland could end up being the Crosby of this draft, just not as good as Crosby. Because it does feel like there could be a guy who gets picked in day 3 who develops into a starter at the NFL level with all the talent that's on display this year. But Antoine Powell-Ryland comes in at 14.
Let's be honest, Chris. There's always somebody who ends up being a starter. It might take 2 years. Let's face it. Crosby, Trey Hendrickson, those guys that he took with, they were not highly talented.
I love Trey Hendrickson. I had a Pro Bowl grade on Hendrickson coming out of Florida Atlantic. But he tested poorly at the combine. That's the thing. That's why he fell to the third round. He tested poorly at the combine, And teams just looked at the athletic traits. They didn't look at how consistent he was in college, and he fell to the third round as a result. And the Saints chose not to bring him back after his rookie deal because they had so many good players from that 2017 draft.
You're always going to find those guys when everybody looks the other way, just like those two. And then, oh, look at that. They become stars. Wonder how that happened. You're always going to have those guys. It may not be in year 1 or 2, but somebody in this class, rounds 3 through 7, is going to break out. We're going to look at them as just another Jag, and then next thing we know, oh crap, look at that. He just had 12 sacks for the, New Orleans Saints. He just had 12 sacks for the Saints.
Well,
So it's going to happen.
Yep, it is.
it's like John Kaminsky coming out of the 7th round, and I mean his tape. It was hard to tell because he was playing Division II, and just competition he was playing against wasn't good. But I mean, he was still really, really dominant, and I really liked the guy, and I had him, being draftable, at least in the 6th, 7th round. He got picked in the 7th round, and he's actually, developed.
Yeah, I mean, he was the left end on the Lions last year. Davenport ended up, the Lions ended up signing Davenport to complement Hutchinson, but, and because Davenport beat out Kaminsky for the left end job in camp, but then Davenport gets injured in week 3, then Hutchinson goes down. And then this year, the Lions decided to play Josh Paschal and James Houston IV, 2 guys that I thought had ability to be starters coming out of college at edge rusher. And then they traded for Zadarius Smith, and Zadarius Smith will make his debut tomorrow. But yeah, RJ Oben's the next guy on the list. Notre Dame left end. I've got a floor grade of 56 for 58 for Oben and a ceiling grade of 87. But I have Oben at 136 on my board. And then I have at 137, I have Boise State right in Ahmad Hassanein. So yeah, I have a Boise State defensive end in the 4th round of this draft, and I do think he has starter potential. Easily Boise's best edge rusher since Curtis Weaver back in 2020. Curtis Weaver's NFL career was very underwhelming, considering that Weaver was a sack artist at Boise State. But I do think Hassanein's probably going to be Boise State's first drafted defensive end since Curtis Weaver.
These floor grades are making me want to put my head through this palm tree I'm standing beside right now. So
these floor grades make you want to take a box of nails and then drill the nails like Tim Allen on Home Improvement. Sorry, I wasn't trying to go off topic, but I can see why.
Yeah.
I think that's the first time I made a Home Improvement reference on the podcast. Hopefully it's the last. And then
Yeah. We don't need any more of that, Chris. Come on, man.
Yeah. And then wrapping up this 4th round, my final 4th round player is Ja Joyner, the right end of the Minnesota Golden Gophers. Minnesota, they're starting to build a pipeline for edge rushers. They had Boy Mafe in the 22 NFL draft or 23 NFL draft. I think it was one of those 2 drafts. Boy Mafe, Minnesota defensive end who went to the Seahawks, and Ja Joyner's took over. And I have I have a 56 for floor, but I have an 85 for ceiling. So Joyner could end up.
What's that, a 72?
Joyner might be a guy who makes me look like an idiot.
I think he might be the one that comes out of this that is a later round pick, 4th and 5th round, that comes out and ends up being a starter. I'm not saying he's going to be great, but I look at him, I watch him play, and I'm like, boy, it's got something. And last week I said it about which one it was. I'm like, I was paid, but he's got something. He's got something. And I just see that with Joyner a little bit here. You've got something. A guy that comes, nobody. Just throwing it out there.
Yep. And then my only 5th-round defensive end is Savon Jones out of LSU. My only 6th-round defensive end is a Division II defensive end. Yeah, I've got a Division II defensive end and a division and an FCS defensive end. But my Division II defensive Leonard State. I mean, this guy, he has dominated this year. I mean, you know, he has dominated this year. As far as
He's going to get drafted, and they're going to start playing Lucky Frizzell in Saginaw, Michigan.
he has 10.5 sacks and 15.5 tackles for a loss this year at Saginaw State. So I had to include him in the rankings because if you can't find a sack artist at the NCAA level, look at Division III, look at FCS, look at Division II. Don't go past Division II because once you get past Division II, you're in Division III, and it's just really hard to break out at that point. But Leonard Henry IV is a guy in Division II that might get drafted this year. Just keep an eye on him. I have him in the 6th round.
Interesting that, you know, right now, the Titans at it, a lot of the better defensive linemen are coming out of the state of Michigan from one school or another.
Yeah, and another guy wrapping up my list from Southfield, Michigan, is Grand Valley State defensive end Niles King. They had, remember, Matt Judon went to Grand Valley State. The guy we interviewed at Ferris State in the 2020, he went undrafted in the 2023 draft. I know he had a great interview. The defensive edge rusher on the Titans. Practice squad, because he is really good. I remember Titans draft got as a UDF they got a really good edge rusher out of Ferris State because I loved. I know Ferris State had a guy with a great interview. Be having issues, but I know Ferris State had an edge rusher. Event in the 2023 draft. People don't realize is he started at Grand Valley State. Caleb Murphy, that's the guy. Caleb Murphy. I was lucky to speak with him. Caleb Murphy, Matt Judon, Niles King. They can produce defensive position. They can produce for the NFL because they brought out Judon. Came out, so to their state and dominated there.
Off a little bit on that way. How many guys you see here with the attitude out of this list, the attitude and aggression to hit the Mike Tomlin, the Jim Harbaugh, the John Harbaugh, the Jim Schwartz, because we kind of seen a little bit of a resurrection of that. You know, how many of these guys have that attitude, not just the athletic ability?
Yeah, because there's a lot of guys that have upside in this draft. That's great, but as far as the presence, the attitude, the energy from their team in this draft, I would say the top 5 do, and then the rest you're going to be back. Scorton, Tumalo, Sawyer, and William Jackson are all going to be successful to some. You know, William, you kind of agreed with me, and I said lower once you get to the 4th round. Also got to look at the body language teams give off. Did someone shut these assholes up? He had this very quizzical, dismissive look. He wasn't upset. He was kind of pissed.
Roseman is the type of guy who is vengeful to a fault sometimes, but because he will take somebody, if you annoy him, he will look at somebody you want and say, I'm going to take.
But that's not what happened in the 2020 draft. The Seahawks wanted Darrell Taylor Jr. They had a first-round grade on him. They were fist-pumping in front of Howie Roseman, and they still got their guy. And Howie Roseman took Jalen Rigor in that draft. He did save his job by getting Jalen Hurts in the 2nd round, but he did take Jalen Rigor over Justin Jefferson, which was a massive, massive whiff.
Let's face it, a lot of people took a lot of guys over Justin Jefferson that he should not have.
Henry Ruggs was the drafted in that draft, even though I had Judy at 1 and Lamb at 2. And Lamb had a better career than Judy, I'll admit that. But, you know,
Adam LeBron on his podcast actually went down through a list of guys taking before Jefferson, and I was just sitting there like, really? Freaking really? Those guys were taken before Justin Jefferson? God, how do those people still have a job? And it was just a who's list of really, why, how, what's the problem here?
Yeah, that's
Never it was that far down. It's just amazing how many people missed.
yeah, absolutely. You ready to do the draft stream? I guess Willie. Let me see what's going on with William. He did leave the stream. I don't know if he disconnected or if he had somewhere to go. Okay, I can hear.
I hear you.
Okay, so William did leave. I don't know why he left, but I think Restream is just having some. I've had to reset my Wi-Fi box and my TV box. I had to reset for them multiple times. I don't know if it's a game. I just
Where I live, so I think it's a Comcast thing at this point.
Yeah, we're gonna load the draft simulator. I'm just William does want to participate, so I already got the teams loaded, Joey, but we're not gonna make any picks yet. Okay, so here's how it's gonna go down. I'll load the draft simulator here. Here's what we're gonna do. NFL Draft Buzz did update their simulator, and we will be picking for 4 teams. Is this thing? I gotta make sure this thing did not screw me up. Yeah, I'm gonna reset the draft simulator. I'm gonna reset it because I had it working earlier, but I gotta really, yeah. So basically, here's what Joey, William, and I are each gonna pick for one of the teams on a bye week, and then we will pick as a group for the Giants. William wanted the Cardinals. I'll be picking for the Panthers. And I figured you wanted the Buccaneers since they have Baker Mayfield, and you're a big Baker fan. So we'll pick for the Giants as a group. We're giving, and Joe Schoen, if you're watching this, we're giving you a hands-on tutorial on how to save your ass in New York. You need to take notes, buddy. You need to take notes after letting Saquon Barkley walk out of the building. You need to take...
he's got so many other problems outside of Saquon Barkley.
He let Xavier McKinney walk too. He paid Daniel Jones. Should I continue?
I mean, it's like I say, people crap on Andrew Berry, and I just look over pointing at the New York GM. It's like, would you rather have that? No.
Andrew Berry's not good at drafting, but he brings stability. And that's the thing. He's not good at drafting. That's why the Browns are where they're at right now. But he's
It's like that makes me feel a lot better. It's like I look at New York and I feel a lot better about the Browns.
He took Jedrick Wills over Justin Jefferson over a lot of good players in 2020. Cormo was his best pick in 2021. The evidence is staggering. He's not bad at what he does. He's gotten some good value in day 2, but he hasn't done what you'd like him to do with first-round picks. That's all.
I can't hold Justin Jefferson because otherwise
Wirfs was a better player than Wills, so I am gonna hold that against Barry, even if you don't, because the team liked him.
I don't hold it against him, but he did draft Jefferson because of other people based on that as well.
Yeah, but as far as Wirfs goes, if you wanted to tackle, you should have picked Wirfs. He was, but like, all right. But here's the thing. All right, we're trading Daniel Jones. We are trading Daniel Jones. Are all in favor of trading Daniel Jones away? Raise your hand or say aye if you're Joey.
Is that what you're trading him for? That's not always work.
We're gonna see what we can get. The Titans pick at 3, the Jaguars pick at 1. We're gonna offer the Titans. We're gonna put Daniel Jones in the trade block and see what the Titans are willing to give away for Daniel Jones, just for the hell of it, because we can.
His stats are eerily similar to Trevor Lawrence.
Number 3 pick? No. Hard no. 37th pick. 37th pick, except it's in the green. It's not even in the yellow or on the verge of being in the green. It's in the green. It's a 100% success. I've tried the 4th. If we ask for another 2nd round pick, it goes from green to yellow, barely below the green. 104. 37 and 104 for Daniel Jones. Titans are willing to do that. 116, 37 and 104 for Daniel Jones. It's still at 100. The bar hasn't moved. 37, 104, 116, and 143.
Oh, wow.
Simulator barely says yes to that. So we are going to pick up a 2nd, 2 4th round picks, and a 5th round pick for Daniel Jones. So we are trading Daniel Jones to the Titans. That is, and the Titans accept it. You see why trading players away is fun? I mean, we're group picking for the Titans, but you know.
Hey, I'm drafting for the Cardinals, right?
Yeah, William's drafting for the Cardinals. Joey's drafting for the Buccaneers. I'm drafting for the Panthers. We can trade.
I want to trade Kyler Murray.
I want to trade some players. I want to trade. Well, I'm going to trade J.C. Horn and try to get another pick. Try to get another first, because I hate the fact that I'm picking 9th. But Panthers have so many needs, and Horn's already said he's not re-signing. So I kind of want to see if we can get something for J.C. Horn. But I'll worry about that at 9. Let's just start the draft. And we can worry about that when we get to our picks. And the Jaguars, with the first pick, select Kelvin Banks, left tackle, Texas. So we're going Cam Ward here at 2, right? Patriots, Patriots have offered 6, 41, 86, a first and a 2nd, and Ramondre Stevenson for number 2. If the Giants didn't need a quarterback, I would say yes to that, because that is a fantastic return. But I think Cam Ward is the clear-cut QB1. I don't think it's going to even close, so I have to say no to that, Joey. But that is a hell of a haul if you can get something like that. The Vikings have offered J.J. McCarthy for the number 2 pick. Maybe we should entertain this idea, William. I'm kidding.
Oh, my God.
You had a 5th round grade on him. I had him as my QB4. But
Six.
He was tied with Jaden Daniels for my QB3, but I don't think the Vikings are going to do that in real life.
Most overrated quarterback in the draft. The only reason it hasn't come out is because he got hurt.
But we're going to go Cam Ward here at 2 with the Giants, right? Or do you want to go with Shedeur? I think Cam Ward's the best QB in this draft.
Mm-hmm.
But, and we just traded Daniel Jones away, so we pretty much have to draft a quarterback here.
And that may pick up a person like the Giants because you don't even know if they're going to have the same coach as GM come the draft.
I think they're going to bring Dable back, but he'll be on a very short leash, and they'll probably move on from Joe Schoen.
Yeah, I'm kind of in agreement that Dable kind of got screwed over with the Daniel Jones contract and a couple of other moves with Barkley and them that was made by the front office. So
Yeah.
I'm kind of in agreement there, and I think they need a fresh start.
And we're going to go Cam Ward at 2 with the Giants. And, yeah. So this is 7 rounds. I will be making some trades with the Panthers. The Titans take Travis Hunter. The Browns get Shadur Sanders. And, you know, the Titans take Travis Hunter. The Raiders take Garrett Nussmeier at 5. Wow,
Yeah.
I'm kind of shocked.
Woo!
Wyatt Milam, the West Virginia left tackle, goes to New England at 6 to protect Drake May. Ashton Jeanty is a saint. Jesus, Kamara and Jeanty are going to freaking terrorize the entire NFC South run defenses.
Yeah.
I mean, Kamara and Jeanty, that's
Pass
just...
defenses.
That's nasty.
That's insane. Yeah.
That is nasty. That is disgusting.
That is kind of disgusting.
Okay, the Panthers are up at 9. It is my pick. I'm going to see if I can trade J.C. Horn away. I don't want to trade him. I love J.C. Horn, but the Panthers, he said he's not re-signing with Carolina, and this will be the last year of his rookie deal. Next year will be the last year of his rookie deal. So you're kind of, if he doesn't want to re-sign with Carolina, you're pretty much forced to trade him. And I don't like the fact that we're picking at 9 and we don't have another pick in the first round. The Panthers' biggest need on the positional value pyramid is edge rusher, but there's not an edge rusher worth taking at 9. So I'm going to see what we can get for J.C. Horn. And I'm going to trade J.C. Horn to the Chiefs. So it's going to piss everyone off here.
I'm not doing the PG-13 rating, man. That guy yelled at me that time.
Yeah. Okay.
I've only done that twice, and it was.
I'm trying not to cuss either, but yeah. Okay, we got.
I know Joey's going to drop a few here before too
32
long.
and 96.
All right, guys, I got the cussing for you. You guys don't have to worry about it. I'll make up for everything.
All right, so the Chiefs are offering me 32 and 96 for J.C. Horn. I will do that. I'm sorry, JC, but you're not going to re-sign with the Panthers. I'm getting something for you. So I'm sending JC Horn to the Chiefs, and I'm getting 32 and 96. So the Bengals have just offered 1378 and Logan Wilson. You know what? I'm moving down. Bengals are stupid if they do that in real life. So I'm moving out of 9. So
You're enjoying this simulator this morning, aren't you, buddy?
yeah, because when you can trade players away, it feels... The Dolphins take Quinn Ewers at 10. Maybe they're preparing for Tua's retiring with the concussion problems he's had. And the Colts get Siobhan Rebel at 12.
Quinn Ewers in that offense would be sick.
Yeah, he would post video game numbers in that offense.
Very much so.
All right.
I just traded him away in fantasy, too.
Yeah, I'm seeing what we have here. They have Trey Harris at 10, Nick Eamon-Wari at 11. I've not studied Eamon-Wari, but I know he's Charlie Campbell's number 1 safety in the entire draft. Eamon-Wari, the South Carolina safety. So I've seen...
He's definitely underrated.
Yeah. Like, I haven't seen him yet, but when I do the safety rankings, I'm going to have to go back and watch him to see where I should have him. Because I'm looking at what I like Aquanu, but I think Will Campbell's better than him. But the Panthers offensive line hasn't been the problem this year. Mikhail Kamara from Indiana is listed at 25 on the simulator. That's interesting because I think I had him in the. No, I was considering putting him in the rankings, but I couldn't do it. I wasn't that blown away by Kamara, but that's interesting that the Indiana edge rushers listed at 25 in the simulator. But, the Panthers, we can get Luther Burden. I like Mikal Williams. I'm just seeing where is Mikal Williams in the rankings. Okay, Will Johnson. I have Will Johnson at number 2 on my board. I do have Will Campbell at 1, but the Panthers have Aquanu. He's done a lot better this year before his injury. So I'm going to take Will Johnson, cornerback Michigan, at 13 here and get my replacement. We need an edge rusher, though. Yeah, let's just get our edge rusher here. If Mikal Williams is available, I'm just going to pick him. If he's not, I just want to see his. Yeah, I know I'm taking a long time to pick. I just want to make sure my number 1 edge rusher is available. Because
the first round takes, I think, 8 minutes. I mean,
I've been on the clock, so I'm just yeah. No. Because I'm trying to see where should Mikal Williams. Jeez, they moved him down to 147. I don't think he's that bad, but yeah, we can get him late. Let's take our board. If Will's 1 on our board and Will Johnson on our board, let's stick to our board and take Will Johnson here. Let's not overthink this. We've got multiple picks. Let's just stick to our board. And you're up at 14, Joey. Are you going to get Will Campbell here? He's still on the board. You could move Wirfs back to right tackle. You could slide Godecki into right guard, and you'd have a freaking wall for Baker Mayfield.
that's what I'm going to do. Right now, we're not injured, and we're seeing how not having a left tackle is affecting a player.
I don't think Wirfs is on IR. I think it's I don't think he's in.
Well, we saw him for 1 game, and that was enough to show me how fragile that offensive line really is. And so I will go ahead and take my college tackle. We can have worse at right tackle. And like you said,
The Panthers have Ike Ekwonu and Taylor Moton. They've both done a good in their health. And Brady Christensen, the backup left, has done a nice job with Bryce Young. That's with Johnson after trading Horn away. But yeah, Will Campbell. I mean, Campbell is still my number 1 player, but at the same token, I don't think he's a good fit for Carolina if they're happy with their tackles in real life. I don't think he's necessarily a fit for Princely Umanian goes to the Rams. Let me see. I mean, I think William was joking when he said he wanted to trade Kyler Murray away, but I think with the quarterbacks, depends. If you like Milroe more than Murray, you could trade Murray away and draft Milroe here and see what you get. Like, I wouldn't recommend it, but that is an option you have. The Texans are.
Murray.
You do want to trade Murray?
I do.
All right. All right, let's see what we can get here for this is going to be
I called you the other day. I want to talk a little bit about Milroe. The more I watch him, the more I'm thinking, he may be a confident sleeper because he is very much.
I had him in the late second for a few weeks, and after I move him down from 64 to like the late 70s, early 80s, that's when you move him right back up.
with
But
Anthony Richardson and quarterbacks like that being drafted.
You guys remember Steve McNair and you were back to the game.
his floor is Malik Willis, but his ceiling is Steve McNair. That's what frightens me about Milroe, because you could end up getting the pick right, or you could end up missing on the pick entirely.
Yeah.
You know what? Let's see who does need a quarterback that is picking in the back end of the draft. We could either go with the Vikings or because at this point I don't think you're going to get a team outside of the Vikings that.
Let's do the Vikings.
I was thinking the Cowboys, but they just paid Dak Prescott, even though it would be hilarious if they traded for Kyler Murray after.
Yeah. Just wow.
All right, so 28. I just want to see. Should we add like players? Are there any players you want besides first round picks this year, William? Are there any players in the Vikings that you want to try to obtain in a trade?
Ooh.
I'm not saying you'll get them. I'm just saying, can you get them?
Yeah, for sure.
Let's see. Can we get Jefferson for Kyler Murray? No. Okay. I pushed my luck. I understand. I pushed my luck.
Get Hawkinson.
Hawkinson, we can try Hawkinson. Hawkinson, simulator, reluctant to accept that trade. Can we get Hawkinson and 28 and so no, they're not. They don't really want to do. But can we do? So, the Vikings. Congratulations. The Vikings have offered you their entire draft, their entire 2025 draft class, plus Hawkinson for Kyler Murray. Do you want to do that, or do you want to see if you can get some 26 picks as well?
No, I'll take that. That cracks me up.
So congratulations, William. You got the entire Vikings draft, 28, 97, 141, 164, 242, and Hawkinson for Kyler Murray.
Okay, and I will take Jalen Milroe.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
So it looks like you are going to be picking Milroe here, unless...
Yeah.
So Milroe's the pick. I'm going to look at the offers, though. Yeah. So Jalen Milroe is the pick at 22. All right. So Jalen Milroe, William trades Kyler Murray away, and he gets Jalen Milroe. Josh Simmons is a Commander. Josiah Stewart is a Charger. Armand Membow, the Missouri right tackle, goes to the Packers. The Ravens get Ozzie Trapillo, the Boston College tackle. Ernest Green is a Steeler. And you're back on the clock at 28, William.
What receivers are on the board?
I believe Luther Burden's still there. But, okay, how do I get out of this trade thing? It's blocking the screen. It's just, I don't think I can get out of it. I don't want to restart the simulator either, so I guess we're just going to have to live with it. Yeah. Luther Burden
is, what's his name?
But
Colston Loveland.
Colston Loveland, you got Trey McBride though.
Yeah, no.
And you got
what's his name is developing?
They got Harrison Jr. at receiver too.
Yeah.
And they got
Harrison
corner.
Jr.
But outside of Harrison Jr., nobody else is under contract.
I'll take Luther Burden then.
All right, because I'm probably going to take Luther Burden if you don't. So it was a smart decision. Luther Burden goes to the Eagles, or Luther Burden. Abdul Carter. The Eagles reach for Abdul Carter. I have a 3rd-round grade on Abdul Carter. I think it's hilarious that Abdul Carter, Penn State edge rusher, I have a 3rd-round grade on him. But what's hilarious is he's number 3 on Dane Brugler's board. And Brugler's usually really good when it comes to draft content. But he has Carter at 3 this year for some reason. No, I don't like any of these offers. I'm going to be picking here, and I'm going to get my number 1 defensive end, Mikael Williams. So I get Mikael Williams as a right outside linebacker, and I get Will Johnson as a corner. I still do need a receiver, but I can get one later. Okay. I think we have to take this. We got a trade offer for 33. I think it's too good to decline. A 1st rounder next year and Joe Mixon for 33. Honestly, I would say yes to that. I know we can move the 1st round pick for another impact player, and I think just having a veteran like Mixon next to Cam Ward is just you have to take that offer up if the Texans.
I agree. And especially Nixon having kind of a resurgence a little bit this year. Yeah, you gotta accept that.
Yeah. So this is a group decision here. And look, we will trade this 1st round pick to get another player we want with the Giants whenever we're up. So we'll be picking again because I don't want to let these picks go to waste here. And the Bears take Jack Sawyer. Nick Emanwari's a Jaguar. The Browns get Jonas Savannah, the Arizona right tackle. I'm not very high on him. I've got a 3rd on him. And the Raiders get Landon Jackson to pair with Max Crosby. And the Broncos are now offering Javonte Williams. I'm sorry, that deal is no longer on the table. And we're also going to be trading with the Saints. We're going to get I want to get another pick here in round 2, so I'm going to trade the 1st I got to New Orleans. We'll still keep our pick. We'll still keep our 2026 1st round pick, but we will get rid of the latter of the 2 1st round picks to New Orleans, and we will send that to New Orleans for 37. So we'll have 36 and 37, and we have more pieces to build around. We'll have 37 and 38. Saints do want to do that, but really? So even if we give you a 1st next year, you're not all right. I will try to make a deal for. I'm not going to worry about that right now. What are the Giants? They have their left tackle, Andrew Thomas. They've got. We just added Mixon. They've got the edge rusher tandem of Thibodeau and Burns. Ojulari set to be a UFA, as is Boogie Basham. Edge rusher depth is needed, but I don't think we need to address that necessarily right now. The right tackle's Jermaine Illuminor. Giants don't have a number 2 receiver. If there is somebody worth taking here, I would consider a receiver, but I think all of my top 4 receivers are off the board. And after those top 4 guys, it's Tez Johnson, who I have at 40 on my board, and it's everyone else. We really want to go Tez Johnson here. I don't think there's a number. I mean, we can get Torrey Horton later. This is a group decision. What do you think of Wan'Dale Robinson? I think he's more of a slot than a true number 2, but he's the Giants' number 2 guy right now. I do think we have to get a weapon for Cam Ward here.
Yeah, if he can stay healthy, he is a great player, and I've seen that with him. And
we could get a tight end here too, because the Giants have 2 number 2 tight ends in Daniel Bellinger and Theo Johnson, but they don't have a number 1 tight end that can take over a game. And I feel like there's a number 1 tight end on the board, but there's not a number 1 receiver. But the Giants have neighbors. They don't need a number 1 receiver. They need a number 2.
Leave my tight ends alone.
I didn't take him last week when I was viewing the Browns, but I think he would fit really well here if he's there. Harold Fannin Jr.
Fannin Jr. is my number 2 tight end behind Loveland, but it's very close. It's splitting hairs at this point. Yanish has Loveland as his tight end 1 still. I had Loveland as tight end 1, but if we'd waited to do the tight end rankings, I'd probably have Fannin here. So you know what? We'll flip a coin. We'll go tight end with the Giants here. We're gonna flip a coin.
Here we go. I like that idea.
To decide. If it's heads, we go with Fannin. If it's if it's heads, we go Loveland. If it's tails, we go with the Falcon. Fannin.
The tails.
It is tails. We're taking Fannin.
Yeah.
How many points is that?
1.
You had like 5 points.
No, I only flipped I flipped my lucky silver dollar, but it's only 1.
Yeah, it was a
coin.
big coin.
It's a big coin.
What is it, a Morgan?
And the Jets just took Cade Klubnik at 39.
Oh,
Jeez.
wow.
I'm trying to figure out what did Jim Irsay drug Woody Johnson? Like, what the fuck is going on in New York?
I don't know, man. That's crazy.
He probably invited Cade Klubnik on a darkness retreat after the combine and they hit it off. That's probably what happened. I can't really think of any other explanation.
Oh, man.
All right, you are on the clock at 45 with the Buccaneers here. The best, there's multiple safeties available. Both Starks and Watts are available. You still have Whitehead, you still have Winfield, but Whitehead's on a 1-year deal. He's a UFA after this year. Jordan Whitehead, the strong safety. He's had a good year this year. He was always good in Tampa's defense, but after he left Tampa, he just sucked wherever he went. But he's always been good in Tampa. But I don't know if he's going to come back on a team-friendly deal. If he doesn't, you could get Watts or Starks and reload at safety.
I love Starks. I loved Starks for a couple years. I think he very well may be the top thinking in this draft. Let's go Starks.
I moved Watts ahead of Starks, but they're only 1 spot apart from each other, and they're both bargains at this point in the 2nd round.
Yeah, because remember, Tampa's problem is not their offense. Tampa's problem is their defense. And their defense right now is not very good. They're not getting a pass rush. They're not getting the turnovers. Their defense is pretty bad.
William, I know this infuriates you as a the Broncos have offered 51 a third next year in Drew Sanders.
Oh,
The
my
Bears
God.
have offered 48 and TJ Edwards.
That
And
hurts.
I'm not taking any of those deals though. I got Logan Wilson. I don't need a second linebacker. I mean,
Can
the
I get Drew
Panthers,
Sanders?
they've got Shaq Thompson. They've got Trevin Wallace out of Kentucky in the 3rd round. They got Josie Jewell. I don't think they're going to take another. But it's interesting because I do need a receiver, but the problem is outside of the next few guys, I think my number 5 receiver is Evan Stewart, but the Ole Miss receiver is gone. Trey Harris, Egbuka's gone. So there's not really a receiver, and they got Leggett and they got Jalen Coker. I think you could upgrade over Leggett and Coker, but at the same token, if you can't get one of the top 4 receivers, you need to just roll with those 2 and hope Bryce Young makes it work in year 3. It's a tricky situation, to say the least.
But do you really want to give up on Leggett after, what is it?
I don't want to give up on Leggett, but I also think he's more of a wide receiver 2 than a wide receiver 1. And Jalen Coker went undrafted. I had a 3rd-round grade on Jalen Coker coming out of Holy Cross last year, and he's emerged as a starter for the Panthers. He's actually been pushing Leggett. So the Panthers may have a good 1A, 1B receiver situation down the road. with Leggett
Only
and
they could find a
Coker.
quarterback.
That's why I'm kind of.
Carolina is
know,
where quarterbacks go to die, man. It's like crazy. Baker Mayfield, I mean, dude can play. And
Yeah, I'm just gonna take a safety and play it safe here. I know that's not very exciting, but I don't see a
no hype,
star
man, no hype.
receiver, and I like Coker and Leggett. I don't think there's a receiver in the draft after the top 4 or 5 guys that's an upgrade over Coker and Leggett. I know it's a subjective take, but that's just my 2 cents on the situation. But I'm going to get Xavier Watts here at 47. I love Coker at Holy Cross, Joey. I'm sorry, but I had a third on Coker.
I know you loved him at Holy Cross, but I haven't seen the same thing in the pros as I did in college.
I have. I mean, Coker, people are talking about Coker as a sleeper in fantasy. That's on Twitter, yeah. You might not agree with the take. You might think it's a laughable take. That's fine if you feel that way.
I own him on my one fantasy team.
I think he's underachieved a little bit from what the expectations were, but I don't think it's laughable. I think he still has a lot of potential.
Yeah.
So I don't think there's any laughing there. It's just, how few upgrades.
Cardinals are on the clock. Denzel. I never changed from defensive back to best player on the board. Let's do that. Jihad Barron, Jahdae Barron, he's listed at 14 on the simulator. Tate Ratledge is there. Will Hernandez suffered a season-ending injury at right guard for the Cardinals, and he's a free agent after this year. I'm just saying, if you wanted to move on from Hernandez, you could get Ratledge and just reload on the offensive line. It's a good pick at this point. My top guard in the draft could reload here. It's a good point in the draft to reload if you want to do that.
Yeah, I was thinking offensive line because, like I said, I'm old school. I believe in building from the trenches, and I've got to protect Milroe and everything else now that I've traded dude. So Tate Ratledge, that will be the pick.
All right.
I like the running backs, but I've also got Trey Benson and everything else, and he's a good back. So
yeah, I want to try to get another pick with the Giants, but it's like, I want to try to get another player with the Giants here if we can. But maybe we just save that first round pick for 26 if we can't trade it away. Maybe they just keep the first round pick at this point since they are in a full rebuild. You're right. Because it's not worth it at this point once you get past the top 60, it's not worth it.
Yeah.
All right. The Chiefs at 64. Their pick after getting J.C. Horn, they take Joshua Gray, the Oregon State left tackle that's going to move inside to guard. They get him for depth on the offensive line. So, all right. Okay. I'm thinking, Benjamin Morrison. I have Benjamin Morrison in my top 5 still. He's a guy who falls to the later part of the draft for some later part of the simulator. He fell from 143 to 188. Look, I know he has underachieved this year compared to his first 2 years at Notre Dame, but there's not 180 players better than Benjamin Morrison. And at this point in round 3, he's kind of a bargain. The Giants don't have a number 2 corner next to Deonte Banks. And Banks has gotten beat on some plays. I actually think, as bold as this is going to sound, I actually think Morrison could beat out Banks for the number 1 cornerback job in camp. As bold as that sounds, I actually think he could. So I would say we take Morrison here. Because the Giants don't have a corner across from Morrison. I'd get a receiver, but there's not a surefire number 2 receiver on the board. There's not a guy who's guaranteed to beat out Wan'Dale Robinson. And I think we can get Torrey Horton later if we're the Giants. So my vote would be for Morrison. you guys have a different take. You want to, because we went with Cam Ward, Joe Mixon, Fan, and we went offense. I think we pivot to defense now.
Very wise pick. Very.
I'm going for Morrison, but what position do you want me to look at? Because we're group picking for the Giants.
I think we can look at a few positions. One position I saw that.
If you want to get a guard, Tyler Booker is still available. If you want to get a guard to bolster this offensive line for Cam Ward and Joe Mixon, Tyler Booker's available. Tyler.
Here, but I kind of agree with you that, you know, the defense does need a bolster.
And I know William's going to vote for Loveland because he's still on the board here. So
wow.
We're going to have Morrison, Loveland, and whoever Joey picks.
I'm looking at defensive lineman. I'm thinking Derek Harmon.
Derek Harmon?
Defensive tackle from Oregon.
Yeah, he's going to be in my defensive tackle rankings next week. But the Giants, they run a 34. They have Lawrence at nose tackle. Is Harmon going to be a 34 defensive end then? Kenneth Grant's still on the board too, as is Tyleek Williams. All right.
I do have my reservations, I will admit, about Oregon defensive tackles after Yandika is all-athlete, no football. But at the same time, this guy's got enough potential he can potentially go in or tackle, and you bring a little versatility in there, make a little bit of an impact, which is something that defensive line needs.
I'm gonna get.
Yeah.
I'm gonna roll a dice since we all have different players we want. William wants Loveland. I want Morrison. Joey wants the Oregon defensive tackle. I'm gonna roll a die here to break the tie. So since this is a group,
No free gambling for the youth of America. Put that out there.
So my dice roll is a 3. Joey's dice roll is a 6. So I guess we're picking Harmon. I mean, even if William rolls a 6, at
Roll
that
a
point
6,
we're flipping the coin.
Roll a 6.
2. You got a 2. So we're picking Harmon.
Snake eyes.
Yeah, Harmon's a Giant. Welcome to New York, Derek Harmon.
Fall to me.
I don't
Loveland.
agree
Fall
with the
to
pick,
me.
but if it's a group pick, we have to break the tie. If William, Joey, and I all have different opinions, and the dice is the easiest way to break the tie when you have 3 people disagreeing on something. It just is. I'm sorry if that offends people. And we're not condoning gambling of any nature. And the Browns take Curtis Rourke in the 3rd round before Carson Beck. They already took Shadur in the 1st round.
I was going to say, didn't they?
Curtis Rourke. So Curtis
They
Rourke
did that last time, man.
ahead of Carson Beck. Yeah, it did, but they took Cousins in the 4th round, and the Raiders they took a quarterback in the 3rd round. They took Beck and they got Nussmeier. I kind of agree with that.
I watched some film on Rourke, and he is actually not a bad quarterback. He has some potential. I mean, he's raw, that's for sure. But, I mean, he's also led that team to an undefeated start.
Yeah, I agree, William. I saw him first time a couple years ago. I thought he had a lot of potential to do a lot of good things. But, you know, for some reason, things didn't turn out the way he expected from what I've seen. But yeah, I agree. He's a really good quarterback. So I can get behind that. I agree with you there. But real quick, something that, you know, on the Carson Beck thing, something I heard about the NIL, a theory I think it might have been Dane Brugler.
I'm taking Morrison here to pair with Will Johnson. 2 of my top 5 corners end up in Carolina. And we still have 96, so we can get if Torrey Horton makes it to 96, we can get him if Tez Johnson's off the board. If Tez Johnson makes it to 96, we'll pick him there. But if he doesn't, we'll settle for Torrey Horton. Oh, we have 78. I forgot. We have 78. Oh, but Jerry Jones snipes me out of Tez Johnson. Jerry Jones, you bastard.
That's what he does.
You are on the clock for the Buccaneers. You are on the clock. Actually, once you get to the third round, you only get 5 minutes to pick. It's 7 minutes in the second round. It's 5 minutes for rounds 3 through 7.
Thanks, man.
So we're good. But somebody compared the NIL and when they were talking about Penn State to NFL free agency, to where you go out and you find guys that you need and you bring them in. So, in that sense, the NIL could make things more like the NFL in terms of how business is conducted. Now, do you guys have an opinion on that? Agree, disagree?
Well, see, that's one thing with, the NIL is, Michigan comes in and offers Bryce Underwood, $10.5 million, and he says no. He says, I'm staying at LSU, and I can't blame him. Putting out the quarterbacks that they have the last 2 years is just something that you can't deny. And I mean, but comparing it to free agency, I mean, there's so much tampering going on in the NIL, and they can't do anything about it. They need to put some bylaws in there somewhere to fix that.
And former Giants left guard Ben Bredesen is the Buccaneers left guard. They have Wirfs at left tackle, Godecki at right tackle. They have Cody Mock at right guard and Graham Barton, their first round pick at center. So I'm guessing if Joey does take another alignment, it'll probably be Booker, and then he doesn't have to worry about the line ever again as long as those 5 are healthy, because he'll have the starters, he'll have the depth at that point.
Yeah, but I'm going to go a different direction because as I said, the problem with the Buccaneers, not their offense, their defense. So I'm going to go with a guy I really like. I think makes a difference. I'm going to go with Jay Higgins.
I do have a third on Jay Higgins. I have a third on Higgins. He is one of my top 3 linebackers in the draft. He had over 100 tackles last year, but his tape was kind of inconsistent last year, missed some tackles. I don't know if he's cleaned that up this year, but he is a day 2 pick, I think. I think he's a good choice for if Higgins is not. Yeah, Higgins. I'm seeing did I have Higgins in round? I have 107 on my board, but I had him in the 3rd, 2nd round for most draft process. But okay, Panthers, it is my pick. All right, I'm just looking to see what we have here. I had Tez Johnson at 4. I would have grabbed him, but I didn't. And then after that, I had.
So since you're the Panthers GM, I mean, what are you going to do about?
I'm going to go with Torrey Horton.
Bryce Young. What are you going to do about Bryce Young? I mean, are you going to get him a different quarterback coach? I mean, what are you going to do?
I'm probably going to stick with Bryce Young.
Well, yeah, but I'm talking about a quarterback coach. What are you going to do to help him? I mean, Torrey Horton obviously helps him.
Yeah, because then you'd have a 3-receiver set of Xavier Legette, Torrey Horton, and Xavier Legette, Torrey Horton, and Jalen Coker. And there you got Kirk Herbstreit's new dog replacing Ben, the younger brother. He's hanging out with Uga on the set. But yeah, they're showing Pittsburgh Panthers football. They're actually showing downtown Pittsburgh on ESPN. But I'm going to take Torrey Horton here. And I could go with a quarterback. They're airing Clemson Pittsburgh on ESPN. This might be a fun game to watch. Because I remember a few years ago, Kenny Pickett did the last time Pitt hosted Clemson. Kenny Pickett handed Clemson a loss, but that was a 3:30 game. This is a noon game, so this might be a fun game to tune into for a little bit. But I'm gonna go with Horton here.
I get Colorado and Utah, man. This is going to be a fun game. Man, I wish Rising was healthy. He would whoop his.
So I'm going to take Torrey Horton against unconventional wisdom. I could have taken Booker, but the Panthers have 2 guards under contract. The Seahawks take Drew Aller at 80. Feels like the real-life version of Bo Callahan. It's the closest. The Broncos get Kenneth Grant at 83. That is a terrific value. The Lions are offering 3rd, 4th, and 7th next year. The Browns are offering. I would not trade out of the spot, though. What have you done with the Cardinals so far today, William? You got Milroe, Burden, and Ratledge.
Yes, sir. Who's there for tight ends?
Loveland's still on the board.
Yep.
Yeah,
You know me.
I mean, he'd be a tight end 2 to McBride, but if you don't want to pay McBride after his rookie deal, you could probably just reload at tight end and have Loveland.
There's injuries. Yeah, there's injuries. There's that. There's all kinds of different
And even
things
if
that can happen.
McBride's healthy, you could run some 12 personnel with Loveland and McBride. It'd be very deadly, it'd be very hard to stop. So
Very.
All right, Loveland. William gets Loveland at 84. That's good value.
And here's something that somebody said. I think with the ESPN personality, I forget the exact person. They were like, that Arizona's running what Kevin Stefanski liked running Cleveland before he hasn't stepped in, and they're succeeding wildly with it. With the 2 tight ends, 12 personnel, and everything, they love them. If they're
yeah, because it's.
run that, I mean, that might be perfect.
I remember saying on the podcast a few weeks ago, the Steelers need to run more 12 personnel with Darnell Washington and Pat Fryermuth, and that's the game against the Jets.
Yes, they will.
So,
Well, the Jets lost to a freaking elf on a shelf, so look at that and what it is.
yeah, I already, off the air, I proposed for next year's Christmas game. This year we're getting Steelers, Chiefs, and we're getting Ravens at Texans. I've already proposed off the air to Joey for next Christmas that we need Bryce Young versus Kyler Murray in Arizona. We can call it the elf on the shelf game.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
That would be
That would be amazing.
The elf on the shelf bowl. But yeah, I've already proposed that. Feel free to run with that idea, NFL, if you want to.
Out there with some cosplay, dressed like an elf.
You know what? Right now, the Panthers have Ashawn Robinson at 34 left in. They have Derek Brown at 34 right in, and they have Shai Tuttle at nose tackle. I like Tyleek Williams. I'm just not sure he's a fit for this defense. But at the very worst, he's a high-end depth player behind those 3. And if I have a first-round grade on him and he's good value at this point, I'd be foolish not to consider him, right? I mean, I love Clay Webb too, but the Panthers have Damian Lewis and Robert Hunt at guard. They attack the guard position in free agency. So this is where it gets a little bit...
That's something that I'm not going to be upset with you about because, remember, who was it that the Browns took that we all thought was a high-end depth player that's now starting for the Steelers, a defensive tackle?
The Steelers are starting Ogunjobi.
Ogunjobi, yes. He was a high-end depth player that was a good pass rusher. The Steelers turned him into a starter. I mean, so, you know, it's...
He's always been a reliable starter. I mean, he's not a Pro Bowl player, but a borderline starter, above average starter. He's been in that tier. But Tyleek Williams, I do like. I do have Sebastian Castro in my first round too. I could double up at safety too and continue it. But I think reloading in the defensive line is probably the route to go. And then what pick are we on? We're on pick 96. Yeah. And I think the Panthers
have like 5,000 picks left to go, so we might want to hurry this up.
Okay, I'm looking at yeah, okay, Castro's, you know what? I might be able to get Castro in round 4. Let's just cuz Castro's 93 on the simulator. Tyleek Williams is 68. So we're going to get Tyleek here. That's the thing. But yeah, the Cardinals, they need Cardinals need edge rushers. They need edge rushers really badly. Both B.J. Ujulari and Dennis Garland tore their ACL at 34 right outside linebacker. The Cardinals really need an edge rusher. The question is there a guy that you like enough? We went over the defensive end rankings, William. Is there a guy you like enough at this point where you're willing to roll the dice in the player and hope it works out for the best? Or is it just...
check the top of the board, dude. I'm not sure.
Jalen Walker out of Georgia is the #1 edge according to the simulator.
Yeah. I don't know about that.
He's not related to Trayvon, but I think Daniel Kelly does have a first-round grade on him. Your former boss at first-round mock might still be your current boss. I don't know the context of all that. It's not really my business or place to comment. But yeah.
Yeah, definitely still my mentor. Check the top of the board, dude.
Top of the board?
Yeah,
Marion Hampton, they have him at 15 on the simulator. He still has not been picked yet.
I'll take him.
I know you love Hampton. They already have Benson and James Conner, but I guess having that third running back for depth isn't a bad idea. And
especially not one that good. I mean, I think that's good value.
Yeah. The Dolphins take Jackson Dart. So we're seeing multiple teams draft multiple quarterbacks. The Browns, Raiders, and Dolphins have all drafted 2 quarterbacks in the first 3 rounds.
They're dirty, man. They read my mind. That's what I was going to do. Probably won't be one in, 5th, 6th round.
All right. What team are we picking for here? Is 102 or is this the first pick in round 4? This is what's confusing.
Yeah.
Okay, the Giants are up to start round 4. So the Giants have 2 of the first 3 picks in round 4. Okay, we're back on the clock, team. And looking at the Giants draft, we got Cam Ward, Harold Fannin Jr. So we all agreed as a team, the 3 of us agreed on Cam Ward. The coin picked Harold Fannin. The dice picked Derek Harmon. The die. So.
Got me Colson Loveland, man.
Is Loveland? Yeah, you got Loveland, I think, with the Cardinals.
Yeah.
So I'm just seeing as far
as
value. That's why I was cheering
after you flipped it, man.
What is there that we could grab in terms of value? I do like Sebastian Castro, but the Giants drafted Tyler Nubin out of Minnesota. He's actually been a pretty good defensive player for the Giants as a rookie. And they got a veteran safety too, I think. We could get Clay Webb here. Who do the Giants have at left guard? I mean, I know John Michael Schmitz is at center, and I know they've got Illuminor and Thomas as the bookends when healthy. They've got Chris Hubbard as the backup left tackle over Evan Neal, who's the backup right tackle. So offensive tackle depth really, who do the Giants have at guard? That's what I'd like to know. Because I would probably go for Clay Webb here.
And Clay Webb is a great choice, and Isaiah Bond is there from Texas, wide receiver.
They have John Runyon at left guard, and they have Jake Kubas, an undrafted. Runyon I like as a backup, but I don't think he's a starter. And Greg Van Broten is the right guard for the Giants. Aaron Stinney's the backup. Greg Van Roten struggled with the Raiders, kind of redeemed himself as a backup center on the Bills. he's been okay with the Giants, but he hasn't been spectacular as a starter. So I would say Clay at this point. I mean Bond at the very best. William, what do you think? You are part of this team with the Giants. What do you think we should do here?
Uh,
Because we're looking at Clay Webb at left guard. Joey's looking at Isaiah Bond if he's available.
yeah. You're talking about Van Roten, and I mean he's just a journeyman. I mean that's as far as that goes. I mean it's easy to
I
replace.
agree.
And
I think Isaiah Bond is off the board. Yeah, Isaiah Bond is off the board. So is this a pretty open shot Clay Webb? Yeah. All right. So Clay Webb, the Giants get Clay Webb here to start round 4. I do have the Giants depth chart loaded, so we can go through certain positions. The Jaguars take Jack Nelson. Let's see here. The Giants, I don't want to take running back because we have Tyrone C. We could get a running back to push Eric Gray for the backup gig, but okay, so Theo Johnson, wow, Daniel Bellinger was supposed to be the starting tight end. Our lads has him as a third string tight. So Theo Johnson has Bellinger on the depth chart, but I think Theo's more of a number 2 than a number 1. But I didn't think he fell all the way that
very
far.
much.
Jason Pinnock, what's Pinnock's contract look like? Because Pinnock and Belton, what are their contracts look like? I'm not opposed to Sebastian Castro here because I do have a first round grade on Castro, but I want to see what the contracts for Pinnock and I want to see Pinnock's contract, and I want to see the other Iowa player here of his rookie deal with the Giants. And since they already drafted Tyler Nubin and they let Xavier McKinney, a way more talented safety than Pinnock, walk, they're probably going to let Pinnock walk, knowing the Giants, and Dane Belton entering contract year. I think Dane Belton went to Iowa. Am I wrong on that? William, am I wrong on that? Dane Belton, I think he went to Iowa. Look up Dane Belton.
That sounds right.
Because I like Sebastian Castro here in the 4th round, but we could get Castro compete with Dane Belton for that other starting safety job across the move, and that's the route I would. Yes, he went to Iowa, so Dane Belton was a Hawkeye. To get Denzel Burke, yeah, the Giants do not have a corner next to Deontay Banks, their first round pick out of Maryland. They don't have a good number 2 corner next to him. We could gamble on Denzel Burke here. So my 2 options would be Castro or Burke. They're both bargains at this point. I had preseason first round grades on both of them. They're both bargains for the Jets at this point. You have a preference between the
I'm
two,
voting for Castro.
William? Okay, Joey, unless you
Castro.
vote for Burke, the pick would be Castro because I think I have Castro slightly higher on my board, but if Joey votes for Burke, I'll do a coin flip. That's as far as I'll go as far as compromising goes. That's
sounds fair.
Unless you got another player in mind. Do you have somebody else in mind besides Burke or Castro that we should be looking at? If you're not going to comment, I'm just going to pick Castro and speed up the damn draft. All right, cool. Colin Pierce, Rutgers. Just remember, if you run for president, Joey, they're going to use the audio. Joseph Potter has nothing against Fidel Castro. That's basically going to be the smear ad if you get into politics.
I was raised by World War II Marines.
Yeah.
I don't give a shit about them or what their little BS is doing. So they're doing it on your podcast, one, you're going to make a lot of money. Two, they're in trouble.
Yeah, and is there another edge rusher we can take? Because if there isn't, I think I might just load up and draft a third corner because I have a first on Denzel Burke. Well, you know what? Let's get Kamon Rucker is a Tar Heel. Let's double up. The Panther, I've only drafted one defensive end, Mikael Williams. Yeah, but I do have a third on Kamon Rucker, and he's on the simulator. RJ Oben's there too, but it's my pick. I could get a corner, and let's see. Rucker is at 267. Denzel Burke is at 73. Let's get Burke here and Rucker with our next pick. So Denzel Burke is the pick for Carolina here. I'm taking Denzel Burke, Ohio State. So I've got a cornerback trio of Will Johnson, Benjamin Morrison, and Burke. Not bad. And I traded J.C. Horn for a 32 and 96. That's not. And the Jets get Dante Corleone. Dante Corleone going on a darkness retreat with Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, please no. Don't do that.
They're gonna have video games on that retreat. Nice.
Not take the brown acid.
How the hell is Deion Walker still on the freaking board? They have him at 121. He's gone. I'm taking him. He's going to be the Panthers' new nose tackle. How in the hell did Deion Walker still there? I mean, he's going to. Well, you were going to take him if I did, even though you have two nose tackles in Vita Vea and Greg Gaines. You were going to pick him if I didn't. Yep. And I could get Rucker with that next pick, too. So, you are on the clock here, Joey. Let's recap your Buccaneers draft so far. You got Will Campbell moved to Wirfs to right tackle. You got Starks at strong safety and Jay Higgins at 34 middle linebacker. He's going to be competing with they got the I think they got the linebacker. They've got Servacha Dennis out of Pittsburgh. They got KJ Britt out of Auburn. And they've got Levante David. But outside of David, there is still some uncertainty at inside linebacker, which is why you brought in Higgins for depth. But here we are at 115, and you're picking again. House's defensive lineman. I'm guessing you want either edge depth or best player on the board, depending. What's that? Texas board on Arkansas. Not really. And Clemson just got a first down against Pittsburgh.
I'm watching Colorado and Utah here, 3-0 Utah.
I mean, the Buccaneers do have a lot of tight end depth. Their number one tight end, Cade Otton, finally playing up to his potential. But you look at the depth behind Otton, you have Payne Durham out of Purdue, you have Keefe, and then there's a guy from Minnesota who was like a 6th or 7th round pick. So while there is depth there, it's not great depth.
Yeah, and Payne Durham just doesn't have the athleticism.
Yeah, he's got the route tree down, but the athletic traits aren't there. And the Giants, we have some trade offers.
not saying he's going to be there all the time, but you always think that in case something like happened this year where the Bucks lose their top 3 receivers to injury, you might have a little more of an outlet and a little bit more work.
Yeah, that's true. Best corner on my board is Maxwell Hairston. It's the 4th. Oh, Quincy Riley's still there too, but I have a first on Riley. I have a second on Hairston, but they're both available here for the Giants. They need to get another corner to complement Deontay Banks. That cornerback still hasn't been addressed yet. But it's a group pick, so I would vote for Quincy Riley, but it is a group pick. Everybody gets a say. Everybody gets a say. Joey gets a say. William gets a say, and then yeah, it's the 4th round. If we were taking him in the 2nd or 3rd, I could, but I still have a first on Riley, but most late in the board, a lot further than he should. But Riley at 116 is the pick for the Giants. We decided that as a group. But yeah, let's just see what's available here. William does have 123. Noah Feit is a Bronco. Not a bad backup for Bo Nix in Denver.
That's actually a very good place for him right there in Sean Payton's system. I mean, Fafita can be a good backup, and that's about where I got him rated.
All right. And William, you are back on the clock here.
Oh, man. Who's on the top of the board?
The top of the board, it is Jordan James, Oregon running back. I'm not that high on him. Yeah. Lawson and Stutzman are there if you want to run. Stutzman? All right.
I like him.
Let's get Stutzman. I think Kazir White's a free agent after this year. So
yeah. It makes a lot of sense.
And the Saints get Brady Cook. They already have Spencer Rattler and Jake Haener, and we're going to add Brady Cook to that room.
Well, they fired the coach, so, you know, I mean...
New regimes mean new,
they're probably going to pick
new quarterbacks. I guess it makes sense. Cy Alexander, LSU corner, Ravens.
Get Haener.
The Jaguars get Riley Leonard. Riley Leonard is going to be Emory Jones. The Steelers got Emory Jones in round 4. How the hell did we let that happen? We suck at this. We need to... We fucking suck, eh? We don't always suck, but we suck today. If we let Emory Jones fall to the Steelers, we have failed as scouts.
Oh, no. We suck again. Yeah.
Shadur doesn't suck. I'm saying we suck because we let Emory Jones, the LSU right tackle, fall to the Steelers got Emory Jones at 129. That's a steal.
I'm staying out of this conversation right at the moment.
I mean, we're just, yeah, it is what it is. But that's, I think part of it is some of the guys that we were high on at the beginning of the year are ranked way too low on the simulator. I think that's part of it.
Yeah, that happens sometimes.
It does. But it's just some of these things we got to take a mental note of moving forward.
Yeah.
Okay. How do you feel about the guards? Jaden Roberts is still there. Donovan Jackson, who I had a first on, is still there. If we want to get I think Jackson's more of a left guard than a right guard, but he does have experience at left tackle. Jonah Monheim is there. Parker Brailsford. There's a lot of quality players that are still there for the Giants on the offensive line. They have John Michael Schmitz at center, though. So what are you thinking here? This is a group decision, team decision. Let me pull up the Giants really quickly. Cam Ward, Harold Fannin Jr., Derek Harmon at 34 right end, Clay Webb at left guard, Sebastian Castro at strong safety, Quincy Riley at boundary corner, and they have Drew Phillips at nickel. So at this point, I feel like the Giants, outside of is there a receiver good enough to push? Is there a receiver good enough to push? I'd say Ricky White at this point. I know it's a little bit of a reach, but outside of receiver, I think we've addressed the Giants' needs. It's at the point where I'm just going to let Joey and William take turns for the last 2 rounds because I feel like we've addressed all the Giants' needs. Ricky White.
I'll agree with that.
I may have said Reggie by accident, but I meant to say Ricky White, UNLV.
I heard Ricky. I knew.
I don't know if I did or didn't.
Well.
All right, so we'll go with Ricky White here, and then I'm going to pretty much let Joey, because you look at the Giants, Cam Ward, Harold Fannin, Derek Harmon, Clay Webb, Castro, Quincy Riley. Greg Van Roten's upgradable, and receiver, if you think there's somebody who can push Wandale Robinson and Jalen Hyatt, those are the only 2 needs left for the Giants at this point, so... Tyler. Yeah. And I'd like Ricky White, so we'll get Ricky White here. Yeah. I mean, this was a group decision. The Giants need another receiver to push Wandale Robinson. I like Robinson slot, but I don't think he's a number 2 receiver, and the Giants have him as a number 2 on their depth chart. But it's not his fault. It's Slayton's is a good floor player, but mainly a slot. Hyatt has a high ceiling, but he hasn't reached his ceiling. He's taken a step back. Began there as the number 2, ends dropping to 4th on the depth chart. There's a reason Hyatt fell that far. That's what I'm saying. Unless you can find someone that's legitimately better than Hyatt and the value's really good, you don't draft a receiver. And I think Ricky White's the final receiver that I have graded out as a number 1 receiver, but he's listed at 174 on the simulator, and we waited until the 130s to draft him. So it's not like we massively reached for him. We may have reached for him slightly if you're just grading. But I've got a White, and we got him at 130, so... It is what it is.
I think this is a good position for him. I'm not going to upset him.
Yep, and I'm going to get Kamon Rucker out of North Carolina. Panthers' only edge rusher I drafted was Mikel Williams, so I'm going to get Kamon Rucker. They do have DJ Johnson. I did not like DJ Johnson coming out of Oregon. Their other edge rusher is Clowney on a 1-year deal. So I'm going to get Kamon Rucker, get that second edge for Carolina's defense. I might try to trade up for I might try to trade up with the Giants. I've got the Panthers. If Parker Brailsford or Joe Monheim is there, I'm going to offer, because right now the Panthers centers are Cade Mays on a rookie deal and Austin Corbett. And they got Christensen at center. Okay, what do you think? Fair offer. Because Williams. Let me look at the offensive linemen. Or any of the linemen that Parker Brailsford, my number 1 center, still there. Donovan Jackson, 1st round left guard I had, still on the board. The Cardinals drafted a right guard. They didn't draft a left guard. If you want to double up at guard, build that interior, Donovan Jackson's an excellent pick at this point.
Yeah, give me Jackson. That's what I was thinking on the last one when it popped up. So,
yeah. So Donovan Jackson is the selection here. Because here's the thing. You know what? I'm not going to trade up yet because Parker Brailsford's still on the board. Jonah Monheim's also still on the board, and the Joel player's still on the board. So even if you took a center for the Giants for depth, I'll still get one of my guys. There's really no point in me trading up and giving Joey a golden opportunity to rip me off in the process. So, all right, looking at the Giants here. What do we got here? We got how many picks the Giants have left? We got 4 picks left. So here's what we're going to do. Each of us, I'm going to let William make this pick and 245. Joey will make a pick at 155. I'll make a pick at 217 because I feel like we've addressed mainly all of the Giants' needs, and we could have some fun here. I would go with I would.
What round are we in?
Is the right guard from Alabama still there? No, he's not. Okay, so Giants, they could use a right guard, but there's not one worthy of being picked here. So I'm just gonna I think instead of just flipping a coin or arguing, I feel like the Giants have addressed most of their needs. They do have Tyrone Tracy at running back, but they don't. Singletary's a free agent after this year. If we want to get another running on a rookie deal, let's get Judkins is still on the board. How the heck is Judkins still available in round 5? This is just.
Yeah, I'm
sorry,
taking Judkins.
That is just not acceptable.
Yeah.
I mean, we're group picking for the Giants. Let's just pick Judkins here. That's just not okay. I'm not okay with that.
Yeah.
It's round 5. That is just not okay. He should not be on board.
Yeah.
But this is the thing. Like next week when we pick for 6 teams, you'll have a better idea of who's available because next week there's 6 teams on bye week. So I guess we each get to pick for 2 teams. Next week in week 14, there's 6 teams on bye week. So each of us will get to pick for 2 teams next week.
Once again, what damn dude?
Week 13, there's no in a bye week. So we get a bye. So we get a bye week from the simulator in week 13. Okay, we get a vacation from the simulator. And then that's it for the year unless we decide to revisit this during draft season. But as far as the Panthers go, interesting.
There's some running
Harold
backs on
Perkins
that
is
board.
still there. But I'm going to go a different route. I'm going to get a third edge rusher. I'm going to get the guy who gave Will Campbell some problems. Jihad Campbell, Alabama. He's listed at 124 in the simulator, but he got 2 sacks against LSU last week. He gave Will Campbell some problems in that game. So I'm going to go ahead and draft a third edge rusher just in case Rucker doesn't pan out. I have him in I have Campbell in the outside linebacker rankings. I don't know where I'm going to put him though, but he's going to be one of the better outside linebackers in the draft. But Rucker's more of a defensive end than an outside linebacker, but at this point you got to have 3 edges if you're a team like Carolina going through a total rebuild. You got to have, and Pitt just tied Clemson. So yes, Joey, you were back on the board with the Buccaneers. All right. Well, the Buccaneers, looking at you've got Campbell at left tackle, and you've got at right tackle, you've got Wirfs. You've got Cody Mock at right. Your center is Graham Barton, first-round pick. So you can roll with Luke Godecki or tackle left guard where he struggled as a rookie, or you can get another left guard. And Parker Brailsford, Jonah Monheim, the top 2 centers are there. How about Logan Parr from SMU? I had a second on him. He's still there. Let's go with Logan. All right. Ah, shoot. I accidentally clicked on Parr. I'm sorry. I thought it said Logan. I just reacted quickly. All right. You get to make the next pick for the Giants. Whatever you want to do for the Giants, that'll be the pick. That's my way of making it up to you. Top 5 BPAs. Jordan James, running back, Oregon. Dylan Sampson, Tennessee. Trevion Henderson, Ohio State. Deontay Lawson, Alabama. Devin Neal, Kansas. And Nick Singleton's number 6 on the board. So 5 of the top 6 are running backs.
Sampson.
And they have Tyrone Tracy, but they're losing Singletary. So you could draft a running back to compete with Tracy, because I think Tracy's got a good floor, but I think his ceiling's very limited. And he's only playing this year because the Giants don't have a true number 1 back. But he's done okay as the starter. Like, he hasn't been horrible, but he hasn't been spectacular either. Taj Brooks is still there. I know you love Taj Brooks. He's still there. All right.
Yeah.
The Dolphins are going to select Jordan James.
Here we go.
Yep.
Matt Saluka.
We're going Matt Saluka again. Okay. I like the pick.
Told you I
It's
was
the
gonna
5th
pick
round.
the
Let's
second
have some
quarterback.
fun with this.
He's mobile. He's mobile. He's real mobile. That puts him
Matt
in a good
Saluka
battle
has
with
moved
Jalen
ahead of
Waddle.
Kadon Salter, who I had a 3rd-round grade on at the beginning of the year. And Zach Calzada, a player Bill Carroll told me about on Incarnate World, has made his debut on the simulator. Zach,
When he was playing for
Calzada.
Texas A&M, he was so much better than Max Johnson. And, I mean, it looked like he was dancing with his footwork when he was going back. And then I saw that he went to, Incarnate Word. I figured he would do some things there.
Kobe Hudson,
He's definitely
Central
an NFC
Florida.
quarterback.
Joey Roseman drafts Deontay Lawson at 159. He'll compete with Jemiah Trotter Jr. for a roster spot. Let's see what we got here. I'm seeing what we've got here. At this point, I don't like this QB draft. But at the same token, I do think Carolina's going to draft someone. This is going to be an effort pick. This is going to be an effort pick. And we're going to take a FCS quarterback here. I don't even have this guy in my QB rankings. I am just swinging for the fences. Because I feel like swinging for the fences. We're going to go Tommy Mellott out of Montana State.
You got my full
As a
attention.
backup to Bryce Young. I just made that pick for the hell of it. Tommy Mellott out of Montana.
You felt it. I started something. Pick a quarterback, Joey. Pick a quarterback.
Yeah, Joey's not going to succumb to that type of peer pressure. You can pick another quarterback at 164, though, if you want. You can pick a 3rd quarterback.
Oh, damn. No, that's all right. What do we got for edge, man? Is there any edge or safeties left? Maybe a
Hayes
cornerback.
is available. Jasheen Davis out of Wake Forest is there. We mentioned him on the podcast today. R.J. Oben's also there, the Notre Dame pass rusher.
Yeah. Who's there for safeties?
Nawang Pa, Kevin Winston. I have an early second on Kevin Winston. He has not been picked yet. I have him ahead of Nawang Pa. Yeah, Winston. All right.
Yeah. I need to get something going in that backfield.
I mean, you got Budda Baker and Jalen Thomas, but I felt like the Cardinals overpaid Jalen Thomas. And they had Byron Murphy. They should have paid Byron Murphy, but I bet Byron Murphy wanted too much money. Arizona wasn't willing to pay it, so they probably paid Jalen Thomas what they offered Murphy just to save face, just to say they did something. That's probably what ended up happening. I can't really say for certain, but that's
Cowboys
usually
got 3
how
picks in a row.
types. And Cowboys draft Miller Moss at 171. the Cowboys. Jerry Jones drafts Miller Moss. So Miller Moss is going to compete with Trey Lance for a roster spot, and Trey Lance is going to lose his roster spot to Miller Moss.
Yes, he will. Oh my God.
I do think that's hilarious, but yeah. The Bills draft Connor Weigman. So Connor Weigman gets to compete. He's the third stringer under Allen and Trubisky. That's a good situation for Connor Weigman.
I talked about yes, I do. I talked about that and Josh Allen, and he was doing the same thing that Connor Weigman is doing, driving his front foot and trying to get a little bit extra.
The
And that's what
Titans
Josh
draft
Allen was doing
Jalen
at
Daniels
Wyoming.
in the 6th round. So Jalen Daniels, the Kansas quarterback, goes to the Titans in the 6th round, joining Will Levis and Daniel Jones in the Titans quarterback group.
Yeah, and I mean, they just beat Iowa State, and I mean that was actually something else, you know. And I mean, you predicted that. I remember you talking about it.
Carter Brailsford, my number 1 center, ends up at Dallas in round 6. That's probably the steal of the draft.
Yeah,
that's a really good value
that's definitely
pick for
a Jerry
Dallas.
Jones
I mean,
pick
they have
too.
Cooper Beebe, who's been fantastic at center, but to get Brailsford for depth behind Beebe, that's just really good value for Dallas here. Devin Neal's a Jaguar. Okay. Barrett Carter's a Ram. Okay. Kind of curious why Barrett Carter fell that far, but I think all of us have made picks in round 6. So none of us are picking in round 6. Just going to go straight to round 7. But instead of putting the simulator at 60 seconds, I put it at 99 seconds. So simulator's taking longer than usual to pick thanks to my shenanigans. That wasn't intended. I just wanted to see what would happen if I went from 60 to 99.
Understandable.
And the Chargers get Dylan Sampson for Harbaugh's run-heavy offense. Tonka Hemingway's a Packer.
Sampson, man.
The Ravens are going to end up with
that is a great pick.
Samuel Brown. I do agree. That is a great pick. Kevin Jennings, the SMU quarterback. He's the backup. Preston Stone starter. Kevin Jennings, the backup quarterback at SMU, drafted by the Browns in round 6. The Bills get Harold Perkins. Browns have drafted 3 quarterbacks, and Deshaun Watson's still under contract. Yeah, I do think that's funny to a degree. I don't think it's funny. Ben Eurosek, a tight end, goes to the Jets. Wait. Azere Thomas, a nickel corner in Florida State. Backup last year is a Cowboy. Eli Stowers, the Vanderbilt tight end, heads to Seattle. Philip Webb, the Jackson State defensive end, heads to the Ravens. The Raiders get Lathan Ransom. The Chargers get Nazir Stackhouse, 1 pick before the Browns are up, and the Browns settle for Cody Simon. That Stackhouse pick for the Chargers, they need a nose tackle. That's a really good value. 217.
Yeah, Stackhouse is there. Go ahead.
Yeah. It's the Giants picking round 7 with left. Have the Giants taken a running back? Yeah, I think we got Judkins with. Yeah, we got Judkins and we got Taj Brooks. So we got Judkins, Brooks, and honestly, I'm tempted to draft another running back, but we're not gonna because we have Tyrone Tracy and we have the 2 running backs we drafted. This is my pick, and then William has the last pick. But you know what are you thinking, William? Maybe I'll let you make these picks. I feel like we've drafted
who do they got
2
for
running
linebacker?
backs. They got Bobby Okereke. He's pretty good. And they got Micah McFadden at inside linebacker. They're both pretty good starters. Don't have a lot at the edge rusher, though. How do you guys feel about Old Dominion's Jason Henderson as a backup to Brian Burns and Thibodeau? Because Azeez Ojulari's at the end of his rookie deal, and Boogie Basham's also going to be a UFA. So both the Giants' backup edge rushers are going to be UFAs. So Jason Henderson's a good outside linebacker.
I can dig that.
More of a 43 outside linebacker, but we could get him as an edge rusher in the 7th at this point. We don't really address depth at edge rush for the Giants.
Yeah, I can definitely dig that.
I'm seeing what other edges are there before we lock that pick in. Sheen Davis is there, Wake Forest edge. I think that's more of a fit for the Giants, and he's the best pass rusher on the board, so we'll take him on this. Because I feel like edge rusher depth, that's important for the Giants, especially with Thibodeau still on IR. Brian Burns was on IR at the beginning of the year. Ojulari, I give Ojulari credit. He had durability issues throughout his career with the Giants and Georgia. He's been healthy this year, so give him credit for stepping up. He's probably going to get a chance to start somewhere else. And the Panthers at 222. I'm going to probably grab my center here. I got Tommy Malo just for the hell of it. That was a hilarious pick, but Jonah Monheim is number 2 center. I'm going to grab him here. Garrett Wilson's also available still, but I like Monheim more. And with Austin Corbett, final year of his deal, and with Brady Christensen, final year of his rookie deal, Cade Mays entering the final year of his rookie deal next year, it just makes a lot of sense to grab center you like. And Monheim's my number 2 center, so I'm going to grab him with Carolina's 7th round pick. Joey's got 229. Hunter Woolard's drafted by the Colts. John Michael Sturdivant's a Bear. Wilson is there. I know you have Graham Barton, but if you want Wilson for depth, he's there. If you want another running back, Ollie Gordon's there. But the Buccaneers already have a ton of running backs. They've got Rashad White on a rookie deal for one more after this year, Shocker on a rookie deal, and Bucky Irving. His rookie deal's just beginning. They just have so much depth at running back that they can do whatever. If they want to ease Bucky Irving in this year and next year, then make Bucky Irving the bell cow in year 3. That's a luxury they have.
His rookie year doesn't surprise me. High on him initially, but at the same token, let's face it, the Bucs need depth. So who are the best defensive players available?
Best defensive players available. Let me click on the defense. Thor Griffith is the top defensive tackle available. I think he's a good depth player at 34 defensive end. Jamari Caldwell. I think I have 2 Oregon players. Tim Smith are all there if you want defensive line depth. If you want edge rusher depth, Oben's still there if you want defensive end or edge rusher depth. RJ Oben out of Notre Dame's there. Demon Clowney out of Charlotte's there. I don't know if he's related to Jade Beyond. I could look that up. And Jason Henderson's there if you want linebacker depth. Kaiser's there. J.J. Weaver's there. Ben Bywater's there. I don't think the Buccaneers have a lot of depth in the secondary, though. So I'm guessing that's Broadmoor, Michigan safety is there. Shiloh Sanders is there. Dorian Strong, who I had a preseason 3rd round grade on. Yeah, Shiloh Sanders.
I'll take him.
All right, Shiloh Sanders is the pick, and he's basically a depth player at this point because Joey got Starks to pair with Winfield, but that's a good depth pick because Winfield did go on IR at the beginning of the year. He came back after 4 games. He's been healthy ever since, but having that depth would probably have put the Buccaneers in a better spot. I think William left. I do appreciate him, or maybe he had to go do something else. I don't know. I just need to see what else He has 242. That's his last pick. He does have one more pick. I have the Mr. Irrelevant pick at 256. So, yeah. You cannot draft kickers or punters in this simulator either. I'm going to go with Ole Gordon. I know the Panthers have Chubba Hubbard. They have Jonathan Brooks, and they have Miles Sanders, but I'm taking Ole Gordon. It's the 7th round at this point. Get another running back. I mean, he won the Doak Walker Award last year. That has to count for something. If William has to go, I'm just gonna text him. Yeah, I'm just texting William. I think William's phone either died or he just disconnected. I don't know what's going on. Okay. So the Patriots have just cut Tyquan Thornton, their 22 second round pick. Ron Lewis just confirmed that hours ago. They couldn't find trade partners for it. But yeah, Tyquan Thornton, former Baylor receiver, the Patriots took in round 2. They got him and they got Cole Strange, who's still on an IR in that 22 draft. That draft is the draft that, it's going to end up getting Belichick fired. And they did get a good player in the 3rd round, Marcus Jones, Houston corner. He's been their nickel corner. He's reliable when he's healthy. I don't know if the Patriots would extend him, but I don't think they'd be opposed to bringing him back on a team-friendly deal, but it would have to be like $7 million a year or less for like 2 or 3 years. And then if he agrees to that, they might bring him back. I'm just making sure William... I'm guessing his phone died or because he's not on Restream. And I'm texting him because it's his last pick at 242. Are we going to wait like for 3 hours? I mean...
Nope, because my phone ain't doing that well either.
My phone's at like 35%. But I have a charger. I can charge it. I can move the computer near the phone charger for the NFL prediction segment.
I'm thinking about making a drastic move on my phone because this shit ain't charging even if it's plugged in.
Yeah. And we'll be on yeah, it's William's last pick. I don't want to auto draft for William, but it's almost one. I think this is the first time. To be fair, we didn't start the draft simulator until like 11:15. No, I'm not interested in loading Wolf 2. It's a web design feature, but yeah. Let's see what we got here for the Cardinals here at 242. Bunch of running backs. Kyle Monangai, who is there. Gunnar Helm is there. Jared Wilson. I'm going to give William Jared Wilson because the Cardinals have Froholt at center. Wilson should not still be on the board at this point in the 7th round. Question, and, it's a good pick for the Cardinals. So I'm going to go Wilson. That way we can get on with the show. And how many mock drafts have I done? That's what one person in the chat room said. I've done a few. I've done an NFL mock. I've done an NHL mock. I've done an NBA mock. And I've done an MLS mock for this year. So, and the WNBA lottery is tomorrow. So we will know. I just wish they did it on Monday. Like, do it during Monday Night Countdown before the Monday night game, or do it after the NCAA releases their because the NCAA is going to release the tournament results for the men's soccer tournament. They're going to release the official bracket for the men's soccer tournament and college soccer on Monday too. So Monday afternoon or Monday night during Monday Night Countdown, those would both be good times to do the WNBA lottery. I just think doing the WNBA lottery on a Sunday during the NFL, when I would argue this is the biggest week of the year since week 1, Joey, with Steelers, Ravens, Chiefs, Bills, Bengals, Chargers on Sunday night. This is arguably the biggest week of the year since week 1. So I think doing the lottery during the biggest week of the year since week 1 is not a smart business move by the WNBA. Not saying they have a good product. They have a lot of young upcoming stars, as long as some other star players they could market better. Whether it's a Griner or the WNBA Finals MVP or Taurasi. I'm not going to get into a rant on that. Joe, you've already heard Joey and I get into a rant on that. How do you feel about Jimmy Horn Jr. As a Giant here? So this is a Giants pick, by the way. This is their last selection of the day. Jimmy Horn Jr., Will Shepherd. I'm going to take a Buffalo unless you Colin Lacey's there. This is like the last pick. I'm going to get Shepherd for the Giants here. It's the 7th round. I really don't care at this point. And next week we got next week we got 3 teams, so we are going to have to pick quicker with because if William doesn't show up, you and I are going to be picking for 3 different teams. If he does show up, then we're going to be picking for 2 different teams. But then we get a bye week. We get a much needed break from the simulator, and then we enter the home stretch. And the good news is I am ahead of schedule. I finished coding the week 12 webpage this morning. So I'm already done with week 12. I've already got the search engine optimization for weeks 13 through 16 set up, and I've got the games formatted. I just have to update the games, copy and paste games, and update the news tickers for both the draft picks and the point spreads for weeks 13 through 16. That's really all I got to do. It's a lot of grunt work, but I'm a week ahead of schedule. That's good. That's good because it'll give me more time to work on the MLS mock draft the week the MLS draft takes place in week 16.
I asked you this off the air. I'm going to ask you this on the air. Everybody talks about Travis Hunnams. Is he either the top wide receiver or the top corner in this draft? One or the other?
No, I have him as wide receiver. I have him as cornerback 3 behind Johnson and Morrison, and I just think his man coverage and zone, he's got the best athleticism any corner in the draft, best foot speed, best 40 time, best game speed. But I think Benjamin Morrison and Will Johnson's technique in coverage is better. But both of those guys have missed time with injuries. And Barrett Carter just swatted a pass, broke it up, and he did a celebration where he's pretending he's a lumberjack. He's Barrett Carter. He swatted a pass down, and he did this celebration where he pretended he's a lumberjack in the woods. Well, he pretended he was a lumberjack. He did a celebration on a pass breakup where he pretended he's a lumberjack chopping wood. Barrett Carter. I feel like that rubbed you the wrong way a little. Not entirely, but a little.
I mean, he's just not. There are questions of what he's going to do at the NFL level. Because he gets hit hard, he's done. I mean, he has an injury history. I mean, no, he's not an elite talent.
Let's get a tight end, too, for Bryce Young, because we have Jatavian Sanders, but the Notre Dame draft 3rd round Tremble's a UF, got another tight end. Okay. Mason Taylor's still as tight end 3, but Luke Lakey has not been drafted yet. So, and I have Mason Taylor as my top tight end, but they've got Jatavian Sanders. I do like Jatavian Sanders. I think he's the future tight end one on the Panthers, but Lakey's a good tight end too. And I do have Mason Taylor as my tight end 3 behind Fannin and behind so this is just a situation where Mitchell, Evans, Gadsden, Lakey, a lot of these guys who should be picked, they end up going undrafted. So yeah. And that'll do it for the draft. But yeah, you could see William, he got Milroe, Burden, Tate Ratledge, Colson Loveland, Donovan Jackson. I really like what William did with the Cardinals draft. O'Marion Hampton, Stutzman. I ended up getting Will Johnson, Morrison, Xavier Watts, Denzel Burke. I only drafted one safety, as weird as that sounds, because we have a veteran. I mean, I could have drafted multiple safeties, but, you know, I really didn't think it was that big of a deal. Giants, we went for depth after a while, but I think that's a good thing that we, after Clay Webb at 104, it felt like we went depth the rest of the way with the day 3 picks. And then Will Campbell, Starks, Higgins for depth at linebacker, Ferguson for depth at tight end, Parr for depth at left guard to compete with Ben Bredesen and Luke Goodecke and Shiloh Sanders. So yeah, that's Joey's draft. But yeah, that will do it. Next week we have 6 teams with bye weeks. We'll be picking for all 6 of those teams next week, and then we get a bye week from the simulator, and then we come back for one final edition of the simulator. And week 14.
Something I'm watching now, something I've noticed when I watch Shedeur Sanders, he is not physically imposing. He is not his father. He doesn't have a lot of great physical traits, but what he has, this boy's smart. And he is incredibly good in the pocket. He may be the best pocket passer to come out of the draft in the last couple of years. His pocket awareness is amazing, and the footwork within the pocket, I love it. Doesn't have a great arm.
And this is the thing. If Shedeur, as long as Colorado wins out, they're going to play BYU in the Big 12 championship. So if Shedeur wins out and they beat BYU in the Big 12 championship and Cam Ward wins the ACC championship, then we get to see Ward and Shedeur compete for QB1 in the playoff. And but this is the thing. The college football playoff starts on December 20th, same day as the MLS draft. The first game is going to be Friday night on ABC. So the 2 night games are going to be on ABC, but the Saturday games on December 21st are going to be on TNT. And there's also going to be 2 NFL games on that Saturday too. The Chiefs are going to play the Texans at 1 p.m. Eastern, and then the Steelers are going to play the Ravens in Baltimore on Fox that exact same day. And then those same 4 teams will meet again on Christmas Day. So they'll have 2 games in 5 days, but then they'll get a little bit of rest before the Week 18 game. So
yeah, I'm just sitting here and like, Shedeur isn't the most talented quarterback in this class, but he may be the smartest quarterback in this class. And that makes me happy, because he's the type of quarterback I would draft, even though he was the best quarterback.
yeah, I can agree with that.
He may also have the best footwork of any quarterback in the last couple drafts. But that's not good.
And for everybody on Talk Shoe wondering where's Joey, he's still here. He just prefers to call over the phone if somebody else besides me is on. If William can't make it, Bill can't make it, it's just us, he'll be back on Talk Shoe, believe me. He's not going anywhere as long as he's still breathing on this beautiful planet.
Oh, not sure how beautiful it is right now. A lot of smog going on here. You want me to call in Talk Shoe just to rock it up? Just give these people something to talk about?
Yep. Sure, why not? Let's do it. Do you want to Talk Shoe? And then we'll do NFL predictions. So Joey's going to call into Talk Shoe. I'm going to load the NFL predictions, and then we're going to, and then we're going to get through week 11. The Eagles beat the Commanders, so Bale and Kerr are the I figured Bale would be back next play in week 11, so the Eagles are fully healthy now. Yes, I can hear you. Yeah, I know. It can be weird like that sometimes. But as far as week 11 goes, I was considering the Eagles, but I figured Mailata would come back next week because he got placed on IR prior to the week 8 game against the Bengals. So I figured, okay, he's going to be out 4 weeks. He was only out 3 weeks, and he came back a game early. I thought the rules state if you put a player on IR, they have to sit out a bare minimum of 4 games, and they can't come back early. But he was a full practice. Eagles are at full health. Hunter's not the best but he's moved up to number 5 on my board solely due to his upside. I went but yeah. Okay. I'm still here, but TalkShoe did disconnect me. audio problem. All right, I'm still here, but yeah. Mo, one of my friends, Mo, he has a group called Views for the 22. We were both Patriots fans. We went to the same high school, but what's funny is you got all the Ravens and Steelers fans trolling each other in that group. I think Dion Reed basically said, the Ravens fan in our group mock basically said, I hope every Steelers fan here steps on a Lego, to which Steelers fans replied, Steelers fans are saying that Ravens fans eat earwax. It's just so for me, I'm just my friend who's a Ravens fan is basically said, I hope every Steelers fan steps on a Lego. I hope every Steelers fan. Joke that, what would be instead of Legos should have Ice Cube, but like there's been trolling like from both Steelers and Ravens fans. I mean, come on, earwax, come up with a more original insult than using Ravens fans eat earwax. Come on, you're better than that, Steeler Nation. Come up with a more clever insult. I mean, that's it's just dumb. I don't think it's disrespectful as much as it's just dumb. But if you're a Steelers fan, you're saying Ravens fan earwax, that's just dumb. It's unoriginal. I just think it's dumb to say that. Joe, you're Joe. That's the thing. It's just Steelers or Ravens fan. It's dumb to say that about our team. It's not original. That's just not original. And Talk Shoe was just being an arse today. So All right. So I'm back, but yeah, through the Steelers Ravens game. But yeah, the Ravens Hamilton is going to play. He did, but he has been cleared to play. Unlike Joey, I actually watched this game. I wanted to break it down in depth, but because Joey didn't watch this game on Amazon Prime, the Ravens Bengals games this year were both fun. So if you watch this game with me and recap the game with me, we'll talk about Steelers next Thursday, but we're talking about Steelers Browns now. We're just going to move into the defensive tackle rankings because we have 20 defensive tackles plus 16 but Steelers, yeah, that's prime. We didn't talk about. Hey, Joey, we're not. I mean, winning. That's not disrespectful. No, because I think Ravens Bengals are the two best teams in this division. I would rather talk about them than the Steelers and Browns. I mean, Ravens and Bengals are more new school, and Browns and Steelers are more old school. Old school's fun. Steelers are old. I do have Steelers. Ravens have a lot of momentum right now, but I'm taking the Steelers 23-20. I just think it's hard to win an Acrisure. I know Lamar's won an Acrisure, but last year was his best opportunity to win an Acrisure, and he couldn't do it. He couldn't beat the Steelers in Pittsburgh last year. I know the team is a lot harder compared to the Week 5 game they had a year ago in Pittsburgh. At the same token, I just think Pittsburgh's slightly better. I mean, Pittsburgh. Go into Pittsburgh and win. It is. And it's just look, just load talk shoe, quit lagging, get A2 hosting. A2 hosting is great for web hosting. I don't know the is, but I would recommend A2 hosting. Loading time is never an issue with A2 hosting. It is I'm just saying for every stream it is. So all right, so yes, I know my audio is I don't know what the hell's going on with my audio. Audio problem. Check your connection or call by phone. Talk about these games. We can have fun and talk about college football. Yes, I'm here. Yes, I'm here. I don't know what the hell's going on with Talk Shoe. I can't. I've got the Steelers winning that. No, we're talking about NFL games. We have one more segment left. It's the NFL games for Week 11. We're going to talk about them, and then we're going to end the live stream. I know you want to have fun. Yeah, but I've got the Steelers 23 to 20. And then you can talk about the game, and then we'll move on. I'm trying. I'm trying to keep my. Just kind of curious here. So, why did you pick the Steelers? I mean, why did you pick the Ravens? You know what, Talk Shoe? I'm just going to use my phone. Comcast, I don't know who. Talk Shoe, if it's Comcast. I'm not ending the show. I'm too fucking stubborn to end this. But we've talked about Steelers, Ravens. All right. So why'd you pick the Ravens? And please stay on topic, man. Please. When we can talk about college after, we can call it a day. Let's just we gotta get through this. Can you hear me? I'm wondering if it is a Wi-Fi issue on Comcast and from Xfinity. Say something here, but because I said Jets. I really. I'm trying to you on my phone. Not a phone issue. No, 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 no. Honestly, I'm going to use the iPad. Let's use the iPad. Let's try iPad. I'm going to try loading TalkShoe on the iPad. I don't know if this is going to work, but yeah. I'm going to try loading TalkShoe on the iPad. I'm going to try. On my phone now because I think you can hear me better on my phone versus my computer, Joey. If I'm wrong, am I correct in that assessment? Yeah.
I'm expecting a big time pass defensive game from the pass rushers. I'm not expecting, obviously, Lamar's going to be Lamar. He's going to do what he does. But everything else offensively, I don't think there's going to be as much offense in this game.
Yeah, I went 23-20 Steelers. The over-under for yeah. Both these teams' defenses are. I'm trying to figure out how majority of the public is going to go. These teams are traditional defensive powerhouses. Traditionally, they're both defensive-minded teams. So, I'm trying to figure out what the majority is going to do. Probably Lamar Jackson. It's probably Lamar Jackson. That's probably. And yeah, should try. It doesn't really matter where I'm at. I've decided that I'm just going to end the live stream on TalkShoe, and we'll see live on Restream for predictions. But we're going to get through the games. We're not going to get. Well, now audio's decided not to disconnect, but yeah, right. All right, I'll try here at this rate if the audio keeps. That's why decision be your days.
I shouldn't have to try to. Nobody can hear.
issue, but regardless, I took the Jets. I think that's going to get function, but I get it. They lost. I the Jets are in the mind. I think the Jets have burned so many people frequently that
his bearing after his injury, which they threw him right back into the fire after to begin with. But he ain't with me anymore.
yeah.
He has the most potential of anyone quarterback in the NFL. Anybody? Here's your shot. Here's your shot. All we got.
I think Chris Collinsworth cursed Joe Flacco because I was watching the Colts fight. Goes, Joe Flacco, there's a confident guy. And he says, so
To a talent point. Do not jinx them. We love watching that for better or worse. Do not jinx them because any of it.
and now we get Anthony Richardson versus Aaron Rodgers. Could be worse. Could be Anthony Richardson versus Zach Wilson.
It could be. It's like I just love seeing the that have it's an interception. I'll come back to a touchdown on the next possession. Whether they do or not, it's like at least that is playing the ball. And that was one of the last guys that will actually do that. Sitting on the bench. Thank you, Paul. It's like, let you guys play. Collins, don't screw it up again.
Yep. And Packers play the Bears. And, Jets Colts was originally supposed to be the Sunday night game this week. It got flexed. I didn't think it would get flexed, but then I saw there was Chiefs Bills was going to get protected by CBS, and the Ravens at Steelers, and I saw Bengals Chargers, and I'm thinking actually married a few weeks ago who's we did a show before the Packers Lions game. I was actually married who first suggested the possibility of this game. Packers, yep. And Darnell right back at left tackle and right tackle. Just a better overall team on paper than the Bears right now.
You'll have a moment of brilliance as like, oh, he does have the potential. Which I do think he does have the potential. But he's got a lot of learning to do. While I do think the offensive tackles will help him, and get comfortable. Look, he can suck, but if he's uncomfortable, that means he's going to learn.
And it means even if the Bears lose, they may only lose by 7 to 10 points. It won't be one of these 20, 30-point blowouts we've seen the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, as long as Caleb has enough time where, oh crap, I screwed up. But he can come back the next play, and he has time to learn from his mistakes rather than, like, oh crap, I screwed up. Okay, I got to make a Superman play, which I'm not capable of doing at the NFL level at this point. That's good for Caleb, and that's good for the Bears. So Caleb has a lot more problems than offensive tackles, but the offensive tackles can help him mitigate those problems and learn from his mistakes.
Agreed.
So I'm all for that, but I still think the Packers will.
Yeah, Packers are a lock on the site this week. They're the first lock. Jaguars, Lions. It's in Detroit. With Mac Jones starting, with the Lions have some injuries. Taylor Decker, he missed last week. If Decker is back, I think the Lions blow out Jacksonville, but I'm going to go 20-9, assuming Taylor Decker's out again this week. If he's back, this game will be so ugly that Dan Campbell will be filming Applebee's commercials at halftime. I mean, there's a distinct possibility this game is that ugly, that Dan Campbell is filming Applebee's commercials during halftime, having fun, and on the other side of the equation, it's the final straw for Doug Peterson. I could.
Heard that, my opinion last week was based off the information I had last week, but I have heard that the Jaguars are considering shutting down Trevor Lawrence for the year due to injury, which is the exact opposite information I had last week. So I'm not sure what information you guys are putting out or how accurate any of it is, because it goes from it is basically a benching and not a big deal to, oh, he may be out for the year. Okay, so I am kind of suspicious on the Jaguars messaging right now. And it is irritating. because I talked to a Jaguars fan the other day, and the thing is, they think that the Jags are close to get through it with 10 house before the because Houston refuses to get rid of that eyesore of an offensive coordinator that keeps screwing up his offense. So, and if they lose this week, next week, I believe they're bye week.
Yeah, and that's the speculation. I think a lot of the people, like NFL rumors, NFL notifications, a lot of the accounts on Twitter that leak news that Benjamin Albright claims is fake news, a lot of the accounts on Twitter that leak news, they claim that like coaches will get fired during bye weeks. A lot of it is clickbait. Some of it's propaganda, but you know.
I'm hearing that cracked the bed on offense. And then Doug Peterson has refused to remove that eyesore at offensive tackle. We even were making the joke at work about how, Jacksonville won that game overseas because they lost an offensive coordinator in Berlin. It's like he got lost in Berlin, got kidnapped, whatever. And you want to add insult to injury. I was at the game for the Browns Jaguars. Jacksonville had some problems offensively.
The only difference between Press Taylor and only reason I'm bringing up Press Taylor is because there was an episode of Cobra Kai where Daniel LaRusso gets kidnapped. He gets abducted. He's looking for Miyagi in Barcelona, and his students rise to the occasion without him, even though he's very influential. So the only difference between Press Taylor and Daniel LaRusso is that Press Taylor is a dumber version of Daniel LaRusso, and he doesn't have any accolades to show for it. Daniel LaRusso won 2 All-Valley tournaments, too, on top of that. So
I was trying not to mention his name. I was just referring to him as the offensive coordinator because it has been that bad. Really freaking bad. And we have talked about before how he has led the Peterson's firing before. And right now he's about to lead Peterson's firing again. The only question is when, which might be after this week if they lose, and is he going to take Bulky with him? Because Bulky hasn't been able to put together an offensive line, figure freaking live, and everybody's dying. He's gotten one great receiver, and they can't even use him correctly. So, I give Bulky all the credit in the world for his ability to put together a very good defense.
And this is the thing. If the Steelers get on a losing streak, I'm not saying the Steelers will get on a losing streak, but it's interesting because remember a few weeks ago on the podcast how we said whenever Donald Trump brings up something in football, it's bad luck for that team or player? Well, Trump was waving a terrible towel on Sean Hannity last week. So if the Steelers get on a slump, that's why. Because at this time last year, Jesse Waters declared the Eagles the eventual Super Bowl champion after their 10-1 start. And then after that, the Eagles went on their losing streak. So
it's like, why did Trump ever, for a loaf of bread, comment on sports. Every time he has ever commented on sports, it always turns out.
Well, he waved a terrible towel on Jesse Waters. So, Sean Hannity. So if the Steelers get in a losing streak, there might be something there. But let's get to Raiders Dolphins. I'm tired of talking about politics. Dolphins. I think the Dolphins are going to win. Austin Jackson's on IR. He got placed on IR prior to the Rams game. Didn't matter. Dolphins still found a way to win. And I think the Dolphins are going to win this game, but with Austin Jackson, the right tackle out for Miami. Remember, Tua throws with his left hand. So if Austin Jackson's the right tackle and he's on IR, it means Miami doesn't have their blind side for Tua. And this is the second year in a row Austin Jackson's gone on IR. But the injuries are less severe this year compared to last year. And, that is Max Crosby's going to have a clear path to Tua. So the Raiders might win this based on Max Crosby. I think Nate Hobbs is out, but Colt Miller is back at left tackle. I went 24-14 Dolphins. I think this is going to be a low-scoring game, but something tells me Mike McDaniel gets back on track. Orrin and Joey picked the Raiders. Everyone else did pick the Dolphins.
The Dolphins have not been playing well. And Tua has not been Tua since coming back. I'm wondering, because there has been speculation from Miami that Tua may just be playing up this last year, and he may end up retiring because he doesn't look like Tua. He isn't thinking like Tua. He's not making quick decisions like Tua. And I think he is, at this point, he is acutely aware of the concussions he has suffered. Because, I'm going to put it out there, Iowa suffered more concussions than Tua has. Tua's concussions are worse than at least.
And Olave's already had 3 concussions this year. Chris Olave, the Saints receiver. I'm wondering if he's going down a similar path as to.
He's going to be the next one. Tua, 3 guys. Tua, Ward for the Browns, and Olave. I'm looking at those 3. Just out of this year.
Tua's not.
Maybe before. No.
Tua's under contract till 2029, and the Dolphins cannot buy him out until 2027. So if Tua wants to play for 2 more years and rob the Dolphins like Daniel Jones, he can. But
I wouldn't. There's 3 players I just named that I would say after this year, just get $8 million.
No, because Tua's only making $9.5 million this year. This is the 5th year of his rookie deal. The money for his contract extension kicks in next year. The money for his contract extension kicks in next year. $39.4 million.
Collectively, are the 2 of us going to make $9.5 million?
I don't know. But
Good line. So, if Tua has made some really.
Yeah, but he's not a multi-millionaire or 100-millionaire. If he wants that, he's got to keep playing. If he wants to be a multi-millionaire.
He is a multi-millionaire, but he's not a 100-millionaire.
If he wants to be a 100-millionaire, he's got to play these next 2 years of his deal, maybe 3. I don't think he's going to get to 100-millionaire, but, we'll see what happens.
Well, I guess he wants to mention by the time he's 55.
You know, if you keep playing and getting 2 more concussions next year, just saying.
Yeah, the rank.
I am worried about these guys. I am worried about these guys and their long-term health.
The Rams play the Patriots. I took the Rams 24-17. I thought about taking the Patriots, but I just think the Rams are healthier than New England right now, and I think that's the difference. But you know, it's not going to be a 10-point win. I think the Rams only win by a touchdown, 24-17. I won't be surprised if the Patriots pull the upset. I mean, Drake May, he's not only is he praising the defense, he's praising the offensive line. He is asserting himself as the leader of New England. It's great to see.
Yeah, that is great to see. And I just saw this somewhere on Pro Football Talk. Colts had offensive tackle Brady Smith to the injury report of question. So if that changes your pick with the Colts game.
I had the Jets winning before that, but Bernard Raymond had a knee, and Bernard Raymond missed the Ravens game with a Bernard Raymond missed the Vikings game with a concussion, and then he injured his knee in the Bills game. So if Bernard Raymond is out at left tackle and Braden Smith's out at right tackle, would that be enough to get you to change your pick from Colts to the Jets? Because I can do that, or I can just.
No, because with right now I'm looking at the quarterback position and I'm like, dude, Richardson, you got to do it at some point.
Yeah, so I got the Rams 24-17. The Browns 2-7 face the 3-7 Saints, and here's the thing: the Saints fired Dennis Allen. Dennis Allen is on defense, so when the special teams coordinator took over, he basically trusted Clint Kubiak and Joe Woods to call the plays. So this will be Joe Woods' second game calling plays for the New Orleans Saints defense. He did a pretty good job in his first game against the Falcons as the Saints defensive coordinator, calling the plays. Joe Woods, he actually did a good job against Atlanta last week. And this is, but now he gets to face his former team.
Well, I'm taking the Browns because in this situation, I've looked at everything.
The Browns have everybody back from injuries. They get Jordan Hicks back. They get their entire offensive line back. I think this is the first game all year where the Browns have 0 injuries on both sides of the ball outside of Deshaun Watson.
They do have injuries. Cedric Wills is out, as is Hall at defensive tackle. But outside of those two, they are fully healthy.
So Wills practiced on Wednesday, but he was out. And him not playing might be for the best if he gives the effort he gave against the Bengals. So.
Yeah, we agree on. But the big thing is, with me, is I was watching and the big thing is the Saints are pretty darn good against the pass. They tend to lose when the other team has a good running game.
And I do have the Browns beating the Steelers because the Steelers haven't beaten the Browns in First Energy Stadium since 2018. The Browns have had Pittsburgh's number at First Energy, so I think they'll win their next 2. I have the Browns at 12 on the year, but I think they win their next. I think I have the Browns at 4-13 or 5-12 on the year. Let me double check. I have them at 5-12, and I think they win their 2. I think they win their next 2, and then they end the year 5-12. But who do I have them beating? I'm just trying to think. Who do I have them beating? I have them beating this. I have them beating the. I think I have them beating the Dolphins in Week 17. I'm not sure. I think that might be the opponent I have them beating, the Dolphins. I could be wrong on that, but I have them winning the next 2. So if you win the next 2, that does give you a little bit of momentum before you play Denver on Monday night.
Well, here's a little tidbit because the Saints are not good against the run.
I heard that when Nick Chubb came back, he was only about 75%. And now he is the breadcrumbs that have been left were Chubb is getting better physically by the day. And after a week off, he said 2 weeks to get his bearings. He's got a week off to continue to work his knee and get better. So now you're against a worse defense, worse defense you're seeing. You came back.
I don't know if they're the worst. I mean, they've got some good players. They've got Demario Davis, Pete Werner, Willie Ganger.
He came back. And the defense
Ryan Bressie, Nathan Shepard, Colin Saunders. They've got bodies at defensive tackle. So why is their run defense so porous if they've got all this talent on the depth chart? That's
I don't know. That's a very good point. You're going to have to go with that one. Maybe they're balance because they're ranked. Last I checked, they were ranked like.
I think the secondary is the part of the issue with the Saints. They've had Paulson Debo's out for the year. They traded Lattimore, so they have to rely on Alontae Taylor as the number 2. Kool-Aid might supplant Taylor as the number 1 down the road, but he's not there stuff. But yeah.
That's the moment they have to take people away from the defense, even though they've got pretty good run defenders, and put them in the, help with pass defense. Maybe there's Ransom. Maybe they need a lot more help on the back end.
I mean, they have 2 undrafted. When Kool-Aid McKinstry was injured and Debo was out and Lattimore got traded, the Saints had 2 undrafted corners starting. Honestly, I would target the nickel corner. Saints nickel corner, whoever it is, who's undrafted, if he's playing, I would target that player and just don't target him so often that it becomes predictable, but run it with Chubb, target that player, and then use Njoku situationally in like 2nd and 5s or 3rd and goal. Don't use him all the time. Use him situationally so where he gets his points, but he's still having an impact with the team and is in favorable situations. That's probably what the Browns are going to do, but yeah.
And that might be why, because they may be taking those linebackers and putting them back in coverage, and the running game is, for the opponent, is a lot better because they're having to take resources from the running game and put them in the pass.
Yep.
So that is a possibility. I've watched the things a little bit. I've watched a little bit all 22 on them. I haven't watched enough to make that type of in-depth analysis. But if what you're saying is true, I can say, hey, that's a very big possibility that they are just taking resources from the running game and putting it in the passing game. And in this situation, you could
Alontae Taylor and Cedric Tillman used to practice with each other at Tennessee because Alontae Taylor was the Saints' 22 third-round pick. Tillman was the Browns' 2023 third-round pick. They scrimmaged against each other when they were at Tennessee throughout their careers. Alontae Taylor versus Cedric Tillman. I think that is going to be the big key matchup. The 2 Tennessee players, those are going to be the 2 key players in the game. But I like the Browns by 2 touchdowns, 28-14. Majority of the site does have the Saints winning. West, Tracy, Andrew, and Orrin picked the Saints. Bantle took the Browns in an upset this week. And Bantle had New Orleans beating Atlanta last week. He ended up switching his pick on Yahoo. He couldn't follow through with it. But at this time last Saturday, Bantle had the Saints beating Atlanta. He was the only one who was considering New Orleans at home. and they pulled off the upset. So I'll give Mantle credit for that. So we'll see. He's got the Browns winning. That makes me a little bit more confident in the Browns' ability to deliver because Mantle does lead the site in predictions this year. Still is a 3.
I have taken way too many chances this year. I will admit that. But I think that right now, when you're talking about New Orleans, you're going to have Nick Chubb.
I think Nick Chubb's first 100-yard game is going to come against Pittsburgh. He might get 100 total yards this week, but I don't think he gets 100 rushing yards. I think his first 100-yard game comes against Pittsburgh, the team he got injured against, and that's how the Nick Chubb comeback story continues. That's how.
I think he gets like 85 yards.
I think his 100-yard game happens against Pittsburgh in Week 12 on Thursday night next week. That's just.
I think he gets like 85 yards this week and 100 plus yards next week.
On Thursday night against Pittsburgh. I think that's what's going to end up happening. Just throwing that out there.
Yeah, so we're kind of on the same page there. It's like he's going to get like 80, 85 yards this week.
85 rushing yards this week and maybe 15 to 25 receiving yards.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, that's kind of what I have for this week. But yeah, Vikings, Titans in Tennessee. Vikings are a lock on the site. I'm going 28-14 Vikings over the Titans. So everybody took the Vikings. Skull. We're Skull. We have too much dignity to chant that, but we're happy for Vikings fans. Yeah, but they had a Jamie Earhall, the NFL Network Good Morning Football host, chanting Skulls. She was a Vikings fan growing up. But yeah, Seahawks 49ers in San Francisco. This is
Okay, I'm done.
I actually mildly enjoyed that. I thought that was somewhat entertaining. But yeah, Seahawks and 49ers going 31-20 San Francisco. Christian McCaffrey has just been a pain in the ass for Seattle. Their run defense just does not have an answer for him. And with 4 defensemen still on injured reserve, Rayshon Jenkins is still on injured reserve. I think they have a linebacker on injured reserve, an inside linebacker, a defensive lineman with those injuries. I think Woolen's on IR too. I just think there's too many injuries. Christian McCaffrey didn't have 100 rushing yards against Tampa. He's going to have 100 yards against Seattle. This is going to be the Christian McCaffrey game. I like the Niners 31-20.
At some point, Christian McCaffrey's going to break out. Because I know he's been injured. I know there have been difficulties with him, with his body.
But Christian McCaffrey's just been the kryptonite for Seattle.
But he's still probably the best running back as far as running and catching in the NFL.
Christian McCaffrey is to the Seahawks what Lex Luthor is to Superman. He's the kryptonite, okay?
You can say Kevin Henry are the 2 best running backs as far as pure running goes, but as far as overall running back goes, you got to look at McCaffrey. So he's gonna, and like you said, he is the super villain when it comes to Seattle. This is perfect for him to get back on track. After all the injuries this year, to get back in there. With your driver, this is the perfect springboard. Perfect.
Yep. I know I'm looking at a contract extension on Spot Track. I know a key player got overpaid this week. I just want to know who it was.
The Steelers rule out Corey Trice.
Corey Trice, he's a backup on them, but I know there was a big Connor Williams retired too. That's the other thing. Oluwatimi, the player West Love coming out of Michigan. And Buccaneers, they've added a safety for depth. Mike Edwards, who got cut by the Bills, has been claimed by Tampa.
Here's one that might be European. Packers play Jordan Morgan on the injured reserve.
I don't think that really changes things. They have Sean Ryan at right guard. But yeah, I do think Morgan's an upgrade over Ryan, but I don't think that's going to sway me as far as oh, the Niners. The Niners gave DeMondre Lenore, the Niners number 2 corner that we both thought is okay, but okay on a rookie deal. He's got $18 million a year. He got a 5-year, $92 million extension. So DeMondre Lenore is now making more money per year than Nick Chubb, which I think is horseshit. Like Lenore, I don't think he deserves more money than Nick Chubb.
The only reason Chubb's not making more money than him
Because of running back.
Chubb loves and is loyal to the Browns.
Yep.
They were
Yeah, but Lenore, I mean, Lenore top 5 in PFF. Like Lenore, I thought he was okay. I thought he was okay at Oregon, but that's not a player you pay $18 million a year to. I'm trying to figure out what the hell the 49ers are doing. I'm sorry, it's just a bad decision to pay DeMondre Lenore, your number 2 corner, who is probably the weak point of your defense, $18 million a year.
It is, but the thing is, the players that play the game and below the team, they will take a team from the USA field or another field. The higher profile guys, they go. San Francisco or something like that, and San Francisco or one of the California. Well, this dude is
Yeah, Falcons, Broncos. I know the Falcons. Cousins has struggled in outdoor games. I know he beat the Eagles. I know he's outdoor games. Bo Nix due for us losing 2 in a row.
games, and he has had bad games.
The Falcons were going to take a quarterback at 8 regardless of who was available, but their plan B to Penix was Bo Nix. So if somebody had taken Penix, they would have drafted Bo Nix at 8, and he'd be behind Cousins. So Bo Nix dodged that bullet.
But the thing is, I would have been a fan for Cousins. So for me, this game is more difficult. But I will say this. Kirk Cousins is more established. He is more confident at this point. So Nix is still finding his way.
That's true, but Denver's quarterback trio is really good when everybody's healthy. I mean, at the beginning of the year, Surtain and Ramos were both top 6 among corners when fully healthy, and Damari Mathis came back from his injury the week Surtain was in concussion protocol. He's moved over from number 2 to nickel since. And Falcons, they lost Rondale Moore to a season-ending injury. This is one team with 3 good corners. They match up well against Atlanta. I think this is going to be a defensive game. I like the over. Majority of the public's betting the under in this game. Over-under's 43.5, so I'll go 24-20. I think that's going to be the score regardless of who wins, Joey, because Vegas wants to profit on this game. They need the over to hit, and I think the over barely does hit, but I don't see either team scoring 30 in Denver, Joey. So I'll go 24-20 Denver.
And what's the over on the score?
The over under is 43.5. I've got the over 24-20 Denver.
At that point, I would take the over as well.
Chiefs, Bills. I think the Bills are going to win. The Bills are due for a big win, and they just have more traction than Kansas City right now. And the thing is, Allen's winning games without Amari Cooper and Keon Coleman. That's the scary thing. I've got the Bills by a touchdown, 27-20. Oren took the Chiefs. Kerm took the Chiefs. Tracy took the Chiefs. But there are some people. There are some people that think this could be a blowout. Like there are some people that think the Bills could just steamroll Kansas City 34-13. I do not think it will be that ugly, especially with Land Clark officiating this game. Chiefs are 5-0 in games ref by Land Clark under Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid. So, and the Bills are 2-3 in games officiated by Land Clark. So the Chiefs already have the officiating advantage again. But I don't think it'll matter. I think the Bills are a better team on paper. So I'm going to take the Bills 27-20.
So I've been following the Bills wide receiving core since before the season started. Because I thought there was enough that was intriguing about them, but I thought they were probably one of the worst cores on paper in the NFL. But I thought they had as much potential as anybody. And then when Amari Cooper got in there, I thought, okay, that's really good. But outside that first game Cooper played for him, he has not produced much of anything.
Well, he was injured in week. He got injured in week 9 after he made his debut with the Bills, and he missed week 10. Keon Coleman also missed week 10. I think Coleman got injured in week 8. He missed 9 and 10, and then Coleman missed 10. So the Bills had to beat the Colts without Coleman and without Cooper, and they did.
Amari had a couple good quarters, so I can't say that Amari Cooper has made a huge difference. So what I can say is those guys that I was intrigued about earlier and in the preseason, I can say they've done a pretty darn good job. They've done a pretty darn good job. If Amari can come back and play like Amari, then the Bills are championship contenders.
I still think.
Then they are AFC championship contenders.
I think it's the Ravens conference this year. It's the Ravens and Chiefs. I think those are the top 2 teams. I think the Bills are good enough to get the 2 seed, maybe get to the second round of the playoffs. But I think the only way they get to the AFC title is if the Ravens and the Chiefs played in the divisional round. That's their best path, is to make sure those get the 1 seed, make sure those teams play each other in the 2-3 matchup. That's their best path to an AFC title. The question is, can they obtain it? Can they get there? I don't know if they can. I'm not saying they can't, but
to get there, the Bills have to have Amari Cooper, and he has to be playing the Amari Cooper type of game that we saw with the Browns the last 2 years and with the Cowboys the year before that. He has to be Amari Cooper. And if he is Amari Cooper, the Bills are a legitimate Super Bowl contender.
I don't think the Bills make Super Bowl for another 3 years, but I think they're still going to be a playoff team. As long as they got 17 behind center, and he's healthy, they're going to be in the playoffs each year. It's just that simple.
I think it comes down to Amari Cooper. I really do.
I don't think
if he plays like the man for at least
past
5 games.
I could see him getting 100 yards against the Ravens and still losing the Ravens in the playoffs. Even if he plays out of his mind, it may not matter, because if Lamar plays out of his mind too and the Ravens have the ball last, Because the Ravens actually kept Josh Allen out of the end zone in week 4 of that game when they hosted it. I know it's a different defense now, but I'm just saying. But the other thing a lot of Ravens fans won't acknowledge is that the Bills didn't have Milano in that game. So Derrick Henry ran wild on Buffalo in week 4, but he didn't have to deal with Milano. The Bills are going to get Milano back in December. And that's another thing a lot of people aren't looking at when assessing the Bills on paper right now. Because I think the Bills need Cooper and Milano to both be X factors if they're going to make a Super Bowl run. Both of them have to be healthy, and both of them have to be X factors if they're going to get to New Orleans this year. I think that's too much to ask for.
I think we can agree the Bills are the most intriguing team in the AFC right now.
No, I think the Ravens are more intriguing. I just think.
Well, because we know what the Ravens are, and we know.
We don't know what they are. I feel like they have a healthier roster on paper. They've got the healthiest roster on paper right now. Them and the Chargers. Bills have a healthy roster too, but they don't have Milano. Milano doesn't have a season-ending injury, but he's out until December, and until he comes back,
You don't know they're a Super Bowl contender?
They're a playoff team. I don't think they're they're a playoff team. I think their ceiling's the AFC Championship, though.
Those Ravens?
No, the Bills. I think the Ravens and Chiefs are Super Bowl contenders. I think the Bills' ceiling's AFC Championship.
That's what I said. The Ravens, we know what they are. They are Super Bowl contenders with the most electrifying quarterback in the game.
Yeah, and I just think Lamar wants it more than anyone else this year. He just wants it more. It's not that Mahomes can't win a third Super Bowl. The hunger that Mahomes had when he first entered the league, I don't know if he has that anymore. I mean, he's got his 3 rings. He's got his family. He's still going to have his family regardless of what he does the rest of his career. Burrow's still going to have that hunger until he's in his 30s, maybe his 40s like Brady. Allen's still going to have that hunger too. I feel like Lamar's going to have that hunger until he wins the Super Bowl. And then after that, it's just going to be like, okay, I got my family, I got my Lombardi, I got my money. And that's...
Burrow's going to have that hunger until he dies.
Yeah.
That's just the way we are from that area of Ohio. We're going to have that hunger until we die.
All right.
And that's killing us. But, it's still going to be there. But the thought is,
I'm not saying the Chiefs can't win this game. I just don't think Mahomes is as hungry as Lamar, Allen, or Burrow. Or Herbert even.
Hey, that is a very good point.
He's still a hell of a quarterback. He's still one of the best quarterbacks in the league. But, after Brett Favre got the 3 MVPs in the regular season and the Lombardi, the hunger just wasn't there anymore for Favre from that point. He still got the Packers to the playoffs consistently until he wore out his welcome, but the hunger wasn't there at that point. I think Mahomes is at that crux point too.
I think your love for Mahomes just comes back to the fact that you have similar hair.
I still think Mahomes is a hell of a player, but I'm wondering if this is the peak, or are they gonna?
You're gonna look at him on Twitter and say, "What are your hair colors?" Because
I don't.
We are really similar in that respect.
Yeah, but I've got the Bills 27-20, and if the Chiefs can win this game, 17-0 is on the table. It doesn't mean it'll happen. The Chiefs still got to play the Texans at home, and they got to play the Browns on the road, and they got to play the Steelers on the road. That's going to be a tough 3-game stretch. But I still think I think the Bills are the toughest opponent left in the Chiefs' schedule, despite that stretch.
All seriousness, I agree with you. But at the same time, that 3-game stretch, one of those teams may not be enough, but going back to back to back.
Mahomes has to play the Browns in Cleveland on Sunday. He hosts Houston 6 days later on Saturday, and then he only gets 5 days to prepare for the Steelers in Pittsburgh on Christmas Day at 1 p.m. on Netflix. So
one of those teams are probably going to beat them.
Because you're talking about 3 games in 10 days, Joey. You're talking about 3 NFL football games in a 10-day stretch.
That's tough. And that would be 4 games in what, 16 days?
No, because this after the Week 17 game against Pittsburgh, after the Week 17 game against Pittsburgh, the Chiefs get 10 days before they have to play in Week 18. And if the Chiefs have the 1 seed locked up by then, they'll just rest their starters. Okay, because
I was thinking the 4 games, if you have 3 and 10, it'd be like 6.
I think the Chiefs' final opponent of the year is Denver, in Denver. I think they play the Chargers. Yeah, they play the Chargers on Sunday night in Week 13 or Week 14. They play the Chargers on Sunday night in Week 14. They played the Raiders in Las Vegas already. They play the Raiders on Black Friday. So yeah, the Chiefs' Week 18 opponent would be Bo Nix in Denver. So that's not a 3-game stretch. That's a 4-game stretch. At Cleveland versus Houston, at Pittsburgh, at Denver in Week 18.
Somebody's going to be, it may be the first game, it may be the last game, but somebody's going to be the Chiefs in that 4-game stretch. That's a tough 4-game stretch.
I mean, I've got the Chiefs at 16-1 losing to Buffalo, but somebody could very easily beat them in that 4-game stretch because, I mean, that's 4 opponents in a 3 weeks. That's 4 opponents in a 21-day span. So,
and those are 4 aggressive defenses in a row.
Yeah.
And you're saying, hey, offensive line, keep up.
Starters for they'll rest their playoffs.
I can agree with that because I'm looking at Miles Garrett, DJ Watt. Who did you say the 13 was? Ravens?
The Texans. The Chiefs host the Texans, and then they goes in Denver in Week 18.
Two future Hall of Famers. That's tough. There's got to be one of those teams that's going to end up, pulling an upset because that's 4 weeks in a row of that.
The Chiefs might up the 1 seed Cleveland. It just depends because I've got the Bills losing to the Rams and Detroit on the road, and if that ends up happening and the Ravens lose to Pittsburgh and the Chargers, in theory, the Chiefs could lock up the 1 seed by the time they play Cleveland or Houston.
That's true.
And if that happens, they'll probably only play Mahomes for like the first half or for a quarter because they don't want to overdo him, but at the same time they don't want to have Mahomes go a month without playing football, but at the same time they don't want to overdo things, risk the injuries, a balance. But yeah, Bengals Chargers Sunday night game. I've got the Chargers when Cam Hart and Tarheeb still fantastic, despite the fact Asante Samuel Jr.'s on IR and Christian Fulton's also dealing with injuries. But doesn't matter. They're still finding a way to win. And neither corner is a season-ending injury. I like the Chargers 24-20. T. Higgins is expected to be back this week. Orlando Brown Jr. is out, though. Probably out again. So I like the Chargers. Bantle has the Bengals, though. Everyone else has the Chargers. So if the Bengals win, not only will the Bengals fan in Bantle be happy, Bantle gains another game on every one of the site. And Bantle currently leads Andrew and myself by 3 games entering the week. I did tie Andrew for second, but since he picked the Eagles, I picked the Commanders. I think he reclaimed second place. So
Yeah, I'm just sucking all the way around. So
I'll read the standings quickly here. This is after the Sports Authority's Facebook group updated their standings. Battle is tied for 9th in the country. Kerm and I are tied for 19th. Wes is 34th in the country out of 80. Tracy's 46th out of 80. Orrin is 50 out of 80. And you are 52 out of 80.
I'm not used to that far down, but I'm taking a lot of risk.
And to be fair, you're still in the bottom 25%. You might be in the bottom 30, 35%, but you're not in the bottom 25%. If you were in the 61 through 80 range out of 80 people, you could say you sucked. It's been an underwhelming year for you, but I wouldn't say you sucked because you're not in the bottom 25%. That's the positive, Joey.
It is below my expectations. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Is that a better way to put it?
Yeah. But I think the Chargers win this game. We both took the Chargers. And the Monday night game is Cowboys-Texans. The Dallas Stars scored 7 goals against the Penguins, and they scored 7 against the Bruins. So the Dallas Stars scored 14 goals in the NHL this week, and the Dallas Cowboys only scored 6 points against the Eagles.
I took the Texans, right?
Everybody took the Texans.
Okay.
Everybody took the Texans. But what's interesting is the Texans, they benched Kenyon Green and they played Juice Scruggs at left guard. They moved Jarrett Patterson to center. I should probably add that to the write-up on Draft Utopia because against the Lions, Juice Scruggs moved from center to left guard. And Kenyon Green got benched for Juice Scruggs and they played Patterson at center. And the Texans did better the Texans' offensive line did better by benching Kenyon Green and moving Scruggs to left guard and playing Jarrett Patterson at center. The interior did better. That's very encouraging if you're a Texans fan.
The most intriguing part of this is that the Cowboys are all in.
Yeah.
They're all in. Jerry Jones said himself in the preseason, they're all in. This is what all in looks like for the Cowboys. Just saying.
Yeah, what round was Jarrett Patterson drafted in? But I'm updating that on the site now, just because I want things to be fact. 6th round, yeah. Yeah, he was drafted in the interior, but he was drafted out of Notre Dame in the 6th round. But yeah.
The interior, that's what I was saying. I had nothing to do with crime.
But yeah, Kenyon Green was a 1st round pick. Drafted 15th overall, same draft Stingley was picked, and he's been benched for Juice Scruggs. And Jarrett Patterson's a 6th round pick. He's starting at center with Scruggs at left guard, and the Texans interior had more success against the Lions by making that switch. So I think we'll see Stroud get sacked less, and Nico Collins should be back.
And that's sad because Kenyon Green had such potential. I mean, he was such a great prospect, and he just didn't live up.
He got injured his rookie year, which was a tough break. He stayed healthy in year 2. Was underwhelming in I think he played limited games as a rookie. He got injured but struggled as a rookie. He played as a rookie but struggled as a rookie. He got injured in year 2, missed the entire sophomore year, and then he's healthy this year, but it's not that he struggled, it's that he couldn't play well enough to keep the starting left guard job. And the Texans, they're probably not going to use a 5th-year tender on him. They're probably going to use a 5th-year tender on Stingley this offseason, and then they'll put 5th-year tenders on both Stroud and Will Anderson next year. So there's going to be a crossing road where the Texans have to secure these big contracts. But right now they're in a good spot. So, and
I think he just needs a new place to right? Because he had too much talent to be as bad as he's been.
I don't think Kenyon Green's a bad football player. I just think Scruggs and Patterson have outplayed him in Houston. They both, because I think I had a second or third round grade on Patterson, and he fell to the 6th round. He never should have fell that far. Let's be real. And Scruggs, even though I thought he was a day 3 pick, a majority of people had him in day 2, and both Scruggs and Patterson exceeded expectations on their rookie deals. That's the reality. That's the reality. It's not that Green sucks. It's that the other players Houston drafted have outperformed him. I still think Green could start somewhere else and be productive.
I think he just needs I think he's just one of these players that needs a new environment to deal with. Because it's, for some reason he and Houston just haven't met well.
I'm going 35-14 Texans. Houston wins by 3 touchdowns. Oh, and the Mike Tyson Jake Paul fight was last night at AT&T Stadium, where the Monday night game is going to be in 2 days. Yeah. So the ground crew at AT&T Stadium's got to get rid of that boxing ring and clean everything up in 2 days. So that's going to be a tough week for the Dallas Cowboys grounds crew.
There's one thing that anybody cares about that fight with, that Jake Paul is now 1-0 at AT&T Bank Stadium, which is one more win than the Cowboys had.
Yeah. I saw Jerry Jones and Michael Irvin. They were having a good time talking about the fight on Netflix. But yeah, Jake Paul has more wins in AT&T Stadium than Jerry Jones the Cowboys this year, which is actually kind of sad. But yeah, as far
otherwise, it was a split decision fight, and it was speculated beforehand that they knew who was going to win.
They knew Jake Paul was going to win. It was kind of predetermined, but they wanted to keep things quiet, keep things in-house, and just let the two go at it.
Yeah, and they didn't even really go at it. It was you could throw the weakest punches and make them look the best for the judges. It was not a good fight. It was not.
Yeah.
It was just for.
I thought the women fighters that were fighting before were better. Like my partner watched the fight. She thought it was cool, but at the same token, I thought the two women fighting were more competitive and more entertaining. The two women that were fighting on Netflix before that fight, I thought they did a better job, honestly.
Yeah, Jake Paul, we now know Jake Paul could beat a 60-year-old man.
Yeah, there was a tweet last night from Warren Sharp or somebody that said, Jake Paul looking for the next older guy to fight, and George Foreman came up on the search engine. How old is George Foreman? That came up, yeah.
Yeah, it's like, I don't like Logan Paul, but at least Logan, he's a pretty tough dude. Jake is like, it's like, if you're going to be a douchebag, at least be a talented douchebag. And Logan Paul is a talented douchebag. Jake Paul's just a douchebag. He's not talented. I can whoop his ass. And I don't even need boxing gloves to do it. It's like, if you're going to be a douchebag, be talented. Be talented so that you know that you got something to back you up.
Yep.
Logan does, Jake does not. Just saying.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, that was an interesting fight, but I thought it was peanuts compared to what happened in the Cobra Kai season finale. And if you want to find out what happens there, just go watch it on Netflix or go on YouTube if you want the spoilers. I'm not going to describe what happened on the air because if you haven't seen it yet, I don't want to spoil things for my audience, number one. And number two, it was just too gruesome and tragic to describe on the air. Like,
I don't care Cobra Kai, so I probably wouldn't hear about his opinion. But let the audience find.
yeah, that's why I'm being mindful and considerate of the audience here. But yeah, am I going to make a WNBA mock? Probably at some point, because the only mocks I haven't made for 25 are MLB and WNBA, and the WNBA lotteries tomorrow and the MLB lotteries in December. I'll get the day for the MLB lottery before we sign off here. MLB lottery, MLB draft lottery. What day is it? I think it's like December 5th or something, but I'll look it up now. I want to know what the actual day is, when they're going to do the lottery drawing for the MLB lottery, and and because the White Sox were in the top 10 in revenue sharing for TV, they don't even get the number 1 pick. They're stuck at 10. The Athletics, they were in the top 6 2 years in a row. If the MLB never introduced the lottery, the Athletics would have gotten Paul Skeens and Charlie Condon, and they would have had both of them. Or Paul Skeens and Bazana. They would have had both of them. Think about that. If the MLB never goes to a lottery format, because the Nationals probably still take Dylan Cruz with the number 1 pick, so the Athletics get Paul Skeens at 2, and then Bazana probably goes to the Athletics instead of Cleveland in that scenario, or they take Condon. But either way, Athletics would be looking a lot better than they are. But I think the players they got Jack Wilson's son from Grand Canyon, and they also got Nick Kurtz out of Wake Forest. So I don't think they did too bad. But the MLB lottery, when is the lottery? It's going to be in Dallas on December. It's going to be in Dallas, and it's going to be on December. But I think 26 is going to be a better draft than 25 for the MLB, because there's so many dominant freshmen in college baseball this year. And there's like a few college pitchers, a few college batters, a few pitchers. There's like 8 star players in this entire draft. It's significantly weaker than 23 or 24. Last year, and the Reds had a 0.9% chance of getting a lottery pick, and they moved up from 13 to 2. So it can happen to anybody. It is December 10th at the winter meetings on December 10th. So what day is December 10th? I'm just going to double check that right now. December 10th is the second Tuesday in December. That's when the MLB lottery is. It's December 10th. Odds at 22.45. So I think it's going to be one of those two. Mark Gustafson, senior director of the Rockies, isn't dreaming too much about the number 1 pick. Do we pick at 2? Or are we going to pick at 3? Said January. We're just going to know where we're going to pick. And they still end up getting Charlie Condon at 3. So I think all 3 teams, Reds, Rockies, just don't have. Rockies have great batters, but they don't. I mean, that's the problem. the Rockies right now. That's why they suck. They'll pick next week. Clemson leads 17-7. So we're going to sign off by Ohio State 31-7. Yeah, to be honest, it's last weekend, but he's going to end up beating Georgia tonight. I mean, I just have more confidence in Nico Imole than Carson Beck at this point.
Chris, Raylon Miller just scored a touchdown on a reception. He stiff-armed 2 guys and drug 2 more.
Ohio State leads Northwestern 30 at Wrigley Field.
Okay, I exaggerated a little bit. He stiff-armed and drug the guys who was only 3 guys.
Yeah.
Still, it was impressive as hell.
It does sound impressive. Tennessee football and men's basketball teams played at the same exact time. That's just pretty rare because usually conference play does not start until like November or December. Well, usually conference play doesn't start until like December or January in college basketball. So for Georgia and Tennessee to have a conference basketball game this early in November, like college basketball just started last Tuesday. So
Are the 2 schools going to have the post-game orgy? I mean, it's not going to work. The geographics are not there. I mean, it's going to be a disaster. What's he going to do?
I mean, because Tennessee's there's going to be less attendance than usual in Athens because some people are going to be at the Tennessee-Georgia game, and there's going to be some people at the Tennessee-Georgia basketball game if the football game's sold out. So that's the thing.
It's going to be difficult to get everybody together. It's like the post-game orgies are going to not happen, and how are we going to deal with that in college with Georgia and Tennessee? I mean, this is a catastrophe. Like, somebody needs to be fired over there.
Yeah, we don't want Georgia's dean putting any winning players on Georgia on double secret probation. Maybe Carson Beck if he throws. I'm sorry, I had to bring up an Animal House reference.
No, you're good. This is perfect because now the 2 families are going to have to intermingle. You know, to get these post-game parties to work. They're going to have to intermingle.
Yeah.
And that's just not good, and it could lead to a lot of arrests.
Yeah.
They can't be partying, and it's like, what if a Georgia player hooks up with a Tennessee cheerleader, and it's like, it's not going to be good. This is going to cause a fight. This is an inter-school mess that's going to happen here. It's like, this is a bad scheduling decision that has no good that can come out of it.
Look, I wouldn't mind if Tennessee and Georgia played college basketball today too, but put that game at like 4 or 3:30 so that people can go from the basketball game to the football game, and then it feels like
just don't put drunk rivals in a mess where it's like, this Georgia football player gets this Tennessee cheerleader pregnant, and now we're gonna fight. There ain't nothing pregnant yet, but they're gonna fight over it because they're rivals and they're intermingling because they can't have parties separately because guess what? They're all together and their fan bases are separated. Gosh darn it. These are college kids. Do not have faith in college kids to make good decisions. Especially good decisions when they're drinking. I can make good decisions while I'm drinking. Well, I'm almost 42 years old.
I mean, Clemson's only scored 17 points on Pittsburgh 3 quarters. And Pittsburgh's at the 20-yard line. They're driving. So if Pittsburgh gets a touchdown here, this could get a lot interesting. Because I think Clemson wins this game, they're going to win out. The question is, if Clemson and Miami both end the year with 1 loss in the ACC, who gets to play SMU? I think it would be Clemson, but I don't know for certain. But yeah.
Well, there was actually a really good roster by number 85, Ryan from Utah.
That was just.
I think he was coming out of the slot there. Very nice route on the open spot. Oh, shit! I got gas bubbles. But yeah, that was a very good night on that.
Okay, we got something in the chat here. What do we got here in the chat? I don't check the chat room enough on Restream. Let's see what we got here. Hello. Just people wanting to help out with the SEO for Draft Utopia, the search engine optimization. I mean,
Yeah,
I appreciate the support, guys. I do, but like, we're hoping some sports fans would enter the chat room and ask Joey and I some sports questions, or ask Thor and I some sports questions. That's when we see the blue dot in the chat room, we're thinking, okay, maybe somebody's going to ask us a fun, engaging, interesting sports question. And then I just see SEO stuff. And that's
my thought is, I'm always going to say, like, you know, Joey's really entertaining, but God, he's an asshole.
Yeah.
I'm waiting on that to come up. You know, nobody in 10 years has actually said that on TV platforms. Like, God, he's entertaining. Damn, he's an asshole. Like I've been waiting for it. Nobody says, I'm kind of disappointed.
Yeah, I mean, we have 30 people here in the chat room, 30 viewers, 29 on X and 1 on Twitch. So, yeah, we do appreciate it.
It's like, how has Joey not gotten you everything yet? Like, come on, give me some outrage.
I mean, if I turn the volume on, I will turn the volume for my TV. I will get a 24-hour suspension from Twitch. Don't do it. But yeah, it's like 50% off only this Black Friday.
I should get you banned just because I am who I am. That's the thing. It's like, I get people banned for just being like, oh shit, he's here, automatic ban. We're not allowed to open his mouth anymore.
Yeah.
He showed up automatic.
They're playing an Apple commercial where somebody jumps on an iPhone with a pogo stick. That is just really stupid. I mean, what kind of dumbass would jump on a cell phone with a pogo stick in the house?
Okay, Ryan just made another great catch down the middle, where he just flipped the seam. I don't know if he's eligible this year. Oh, there's Ryan again with another first down.
And if you want to know what's going to happen when Joey's about ready to go to bed tonight, it is BYU Kansas. Kansas travels to Brigham Young at 10:15. So yeah.
We're not in Kansas anymore, Pedo.
The Wizard of Oz reference there. Good one. That's a good reference. Yeah. I got a text from William.
Before we sign off, and you look up Ryan and see if he's draft eligible this year.
What play? Right.
tight end from Utah.
Oh, I'll look that up right now with my magazine. I've got the Phil Steele magazine here. I'll look it up right now. I know Coos draft eligible. I don't know about Ryan though, so let's look this up.
Because he's a big body, and he is catching a lot of things, and he is running a really good route right now. He's been
Landon King entered the year as the starting tight end. They had the backup, but let's see here. Tayshawn Lyons. Tayshawn Lyons is a redshirt freshman. Carson Ryan. I think that's the guy you want. Is that the guy you want? 85. Carson Ryan. He's a true sophomore, so he is 26, probably in the 27 draft, but because Coos in this year's draft is a late round UDFA. Ryan's probably a 27.
He has been impressive today.
Might be a 26 underclassman, but we're probably looking at 27 for Ryan, I would think, because I have not heard much about him.
He has been really impressive. Keep an eye on him. Because he is the big body. He's catching everything. He's been in motion. He's been in the slot. He has been all over the place today.
I mean, Utah sort of built a tight end factory ever since Dalton Kincaid went in the first round. They had Kuth. They've got Ryan now. So they're not as prestigious as the U, Miami, Florida, or even Iowa, but they're building a nice tight end factory down there at Utah.
Who did you say one of the other guys was? King, number 55?
Dalton Kincaid, Bill's first round pick. Brant Kuth, he was the other tight end. King, he entered the year as the starting tight end, and then Ryan. So that's 4 different tight ends Utah's developed in the last 3 years.
He's number 55, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
He just caught the 2-point conversion on a really weird.
It's 35-16.
24. 35-24 now. But keep an eye on Ryan.
Yeah, I think the best draft in 2025 will be the NBA draft. Both, I do. I know there's not really many seniors in college basketball, but I think both Cooper Flagg and Ace Bailey are going to be special. Ace Bailey looked fantastic in his debut. Cooper Flagg's continued to dominate. He's like the first year in like 30 years to get 50 points first 3 games. And that's interesting because he's Cooper Flagg's a power forward, but ESPN has him listed as a guard. So 26 points, 12 rebounds. Yeah, he's going to go number 1, probably. Yeah, it's like... All right, I'll quick up some of the... Because we're going to sign off here pretty soon. But yeah, I'll pull up the WNBA mock draft just to see what's happening. Kiki Irafin, Stanford forward, has jumped Paige Buchers for the number 1 spot. But that might be because the LA Sparks are the favorite. LA likes to draft locally. They love to draft players out of Stanford. But Kiki Irafin, Paige Buchers, Anissa Morrow, LSU, and Sonia Citron, Notre Dame. All of those players, and Olivia Miles, Notre Dame, all 5 of those players there's not a player in this draft. Like last year, it was Clark. In 26, it's going to be Juju Watt. Pick. Is that for tampering? Like first round pick. I'm kind of curious. The WNBA doesn't not to say why they lost their first round. Like, I don't understand this year. Like, what rules did the Vegas Aces break? We stripped their first round pick.
Damn. Okay, Shiguro, that's the best run of your college career. That was quite impressive. Give a couple more times, man. I'll push your athleticism.
So Vegas violated league rules regarding impermissible player benefits and workplace policies. So that's why they lost their first round pick.
Workplace policy.
Yep.
Oh, fuck is that?
I don't know. It's very vague. And we've found out that the Peacock Theater Los Angeles NHL draft. There were rumors that the draft was going to be remote this year. The NHL, the only sport that does not have drafts virtually now. As MLS was the first to go virtual in 2020 before COVID. Then the NFL became NFL. It could still travel to draft, but it's virtual for the GMs. The teams can work remotely now. NBA is virtual. I mean, the players show up to the draft in person, but the GMs work remotely. MLB, it's the same. The MLB draft, there's a few people that go to the MLB draft, the All-Star location, but most of the GMs, the Guardians, Pirates, they work remotely on draft night. So the NHL is the only league that has all of their GMs go on site to the location of the draft and work in person now. Every other league has moved past that. And there were talks that the draft would be remote this year. This would be the first remote NHL draft, so that teams wouldn't have to travel. But the location is the Peacock Theater in LA. And after they had the draft in Vegas, they're going to go to LA, I'm guessing. LA is going to host the 25 NHL draft. Because if it's going to be at the Peacock Theater in LA.
If this stands, Utah can bring this ship within 4 points.
Yep.
A fumble on the reception. It's under review. I'm looking because I'm watching it. He's got the ball. 1, 2, 3, and then it's out. Yes, that's a fumble. It is a catch and a fumble. Utah should retain the ball. The ruling on the field is confirmed. Now, here's what I'm looking at here. Let's watch Ryan. Long hair, flying in the wind, big boy. Let's he does like he did last possession. And for a hell of a drive downfield. Utah quarterback, dude, he is so young. wide-eyed person. Wilson, 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, 215 yards. Just got that. He is short. He is a short dude. Why is the offensive lineman causing a hold? Just a thing. Oh, guess what? Ryan. Catch it over the middle. 12-yard gain. He was double covered. Got to give it to Wilson there. That throw. Hell of a catch. And he just doing the dirt. Covered by Colorado. Where getting down nitty gritty here, folks. Will Colorado stay in the top 25? Will they keep their playoff hopes alive? Right now, Utah.
Yeah, it's winter going on. All right. An update on the NHL draft. Points in 20 games, but he's projected to go season number 1 pick. But I mean, Misa led Saginaw to a championship last year. Why is Misa at number 4? He should. It is what it is. Logan Hensler has struggled to adapt from the U.S. national team developmental program to the NCAA and college hockey. Only 2 assists in 10 college hockey games. He's going to need another year in college before he turns pro. But the thing is some of these guys, they can go to the we discussed this last week briefly. Some of these guys are in the CHL, they take the college and then be in the 26th NHL draft. That's an option he's going to have. Same could be said with I would think if you have 40 points in 20 games, that's a very strong resume for being a number 1 pick. And draft. And there's a nail that says bad draft year. So it's a bad draft, but compared to the last, I think part of it years later, 8 out of 32, 2-2. There's a development problem within the league, not the NHL teams, but the colleges, the CHL teams. There's a problem with developing talent. CHL teams from maximizing the value of the players, and the players that do end up maximizing their value are the stars. And that's one of the reasons why hockey is trailing some of the other sports in viewership, like the NBA, the NFL, even the MLB to a degree. So we'll see here. Pitt's only down by a touchdown. It's 17-10 now. Pitt could come back and tie this. But yeah. So Green Bay's going to host the NFL draft. LA's going to host the NHL draft. Texas is going to host the 25 MLB draft, or is it going to be the 2025 All-Star game? It might be Seattle. I think Seattle hosted this year's group or 23 group, but either way, I think let's not worry about that. Pitt 1st and 10. I'll watch till the end of the Pitt game, but yeah. My phone's at 20%. Once my phone dies, I'm signing off of Restream. I appreciate everything Joey's brought to the podcast today. But man, Pitt's had a ton of players get injured. Like, there have been at least 4 or 5 Pitt players that have had been inspected by the medical teams.
That is something I've noticed with a couple teams this year, is that the injuries are in college football.
Right now, if the season ended today, the Pittsburgh Penguins would pick 4th in the NHL draft. Penguins could win their first lottery since Sidney Crosby was drafted by the team 20 years ago, number 1 overall. I mean, even if they didn't win the lottery, the worst they would be picking is 7th. They're currently projected to pick 5th, but even if they didn't win one of the 2 lottery draws, the furthest they'd fall to is 7. And that's only if a team in the 6 through 11 range won the lottery. But right now, Montreal's at 1, San Jose's at 2, Nashville's at 3, Chicago's at 4. Nashville's a big surprise because Nashville got Stamkos and Marchessault from the Vegas Golden Knights, and they're the worst team in the Central. I did not think they'd be that bad. I figured they'd challenge Dallas. Chicago is 4, Pittsburgh is 5, Anaheim is 6, Columbus is 7, the Blues are 8. I figured the Blues would get out of their funk. Blue Jackets, I expected to be worse than 7, so the fact that they're at 7 is encouraging. But this is like the 3rd or 4th year in a row where San Jose and Chicago are in the bottom 4. So I do think that's interesting. The Bruins are at 13th right now in the draft order. But yeah, Simulator has Dallas. Dallas is considered the favorite to win the Western Conference, but right now, if the season ended today, they'd be picking 3rd. They'd be 3rd in their division behind Minnesota, who's got the 2nd best odds to win the conference. They jump Edmonton and Winnipeg. Winnipeg's 15-2, and people just don't think Winnipeg look that up. I think the Cavs are 14-0 now, but Scott Arniel. He was Scott Arniel. I wanted to check on I wanted to figure out who took over for Bonus. It's Arniel. I mentioned, but yeah, the Arniel is he was the assistant to Rick Bonus, so he also coached for.
I wanna put a little bit of respect here on the Cavs coach. He is the first head coach in NBA history to start 14-0 on a new team.
It's incredible what Winnipeg is doing in hockey, and it's also incredible what the Cavs are doing. But I mean, you're not a big hockey guy. You'll watch during the playoffs, but regular season, you've never really gotten into the regular season. But it's like it is what it is. Arniel was an assistant. I'm sure he coached a team in the past. So he was.
With respect to the guys that deserve, that do great things.
He was an assistant to Rick Bonus on the Jets, and when Rick Bonus had some health issues, he did take over as interim coach. Also, an assistant. Yeah, he was a assistant coach on the Rangers, and then the Capitals hired him after they won the Stanley Cup in 2018, and now he's getting his second head coaching gig with Winnipeg, and he's done a lot better in 15-2 in Winnipeg for a team that many thought peaked last year. So, I mean, that's impressive. Regardless of how you want to spin it, that is impressive. Arniel. And Arniel's head coaching gig was in 2000. Arniel's first head coaching gig was with Columbus in 2010. So he's had he's had about 12 to 15 years to reflect on that before getting a second chance as a coach. And that type of growth puts you in a different perspective, different mindset. And Pitt just scored on Clemson. It's Gavin Bartholomew tied the game. It's 17-17.
Should I put a stuff on Pitt right now?
It's on ESPN.
But I guess it'll work.
It's only on ESPN. If you can get ESPN on your TV to work.
Oh, absolutely not. I was just asking if I could put a book on Pitt. When you're watching the game, I mean,
I've got ESPN with my Comcast, but yeah, it's like it's 17-17. This is actually a really good game. So I picked the one game that wasn't a blowout. My intuition told me, you know what, let's keep it on ESPN after College Game Day. Clemson versus Pitt. This might be fun. So my intuition was correct. But that was my gut feeling heading into the game. I felt like this game could be competitive and the other games are blowouts. But yeah, Bartholomew could be.
The only thing I had were blowouts. So.
And Nate Yarnold, the junior quarterback, the backup, he's 6 for 6 with 2 touchdowns, no interceptions on the day for Pitt. I think he's got like 131 yards too. So, I mean, pretty good day for a quarterback with only 6 pass attempts. But yeah, Arnell was a left winger for the Winnipeg Jets from 1981 to 1999. Played his entire career there. He played for Winnipeg, then he went for the Sabres and Bruins. Then he coached with the Blue Jackets, Rangers, Capitals, and now he's on Winnipeg after coaching with those teams as an assistant. But Klubnik is 3 for 11 in the second half. Klubnik is just Klubnik's just been bad in the second half. But yeah, Winnipeg, I know. I know the Cavs going 14-0 is impressive, but I feel like quality of opponent should matter, and I feel like Winnipeg's strength of schedule is far tougher than the Cavs' strength of schedule. And I'm a big proponent of strength of schedule. I know I shouldn't be. I know that makes me sound like kind of an asshole because I'm diminishing a team's amazing achievement by bringing up strength of schedule. And I'm not trying to. It's just I'm looking at Winnipeg beat Florida. They've beaten Tampa Bay. They've beaten Dallas. That's more impressive to me. And there's a lot of teams. It's a lot harder to assemble a 20-man NHL roster with 12 good forwards, 6 good defensemen, and 2 good goalies. It's a lot harder to do that. Assembling a starting 5 isn't easy, but it's obtainable in today's NBA with all the talent that's there. It's obtainable. And if you have the right coach, you have the right bench players, you can make things work.
Only counting the starting 5, that's one thing, but the Cavs are, once they're healthy, they're going to be 11 or 12 deep. That's impressive. When you've got a 12-man roster and you're 11 or 12 deep, that's impressive on all fronts. Just saying.
Yeah, but like I mean, you have line combinations in hockey. Imagine if I think that's what makes it fun. It's strategic like football, but it's fast paced like soccer. I mean,
but you got 12 players that you're trying to find the right combinations for right now with Cavs. When their coaches just like said, I don't have a rotation right now because everybody's playing. They don't have anybody that's averaging over 30 minutes a game in a 48-minute game. That isn't something that happens in modern NBA.
I'm going to look this up. I'm going to look up the Cavaliers stats, and I will get minutes per game. I will get everything as far as...
I think the last time I looked, it was the highest minutes was 30.2, I think.
I'm going to get to the bottom of this. And I'll get to the bottom of Winnipeg, because I honestly, there is a... I want to compare Winnipeg to the Cavs. I want to see what the numbers are for Winnipeg as far as the production. I know Winnipeg, for you, it's boring because it's... I know it's not like... Well, actually, there's 4 players on the Cavs averaging 30 minutes a game. Donovan Mitchell's averaging 31.1 minutes a game. There's 4 players averaging over 30 minutes a game. 31.1. That's the highest. Donovan Mitchell, 31.1. Garland, 30.1. Mobley, 30.4. Jared Allen, 30.1. That's the core 4, though, of the starting lineup. So those are the...
That's probably counting last night, and I looked up.
And that's the thing. Dean Wade and Okoro have started 7 games. Niang started a game. But Karis LeVert's their best scorer outside of their core 4. And sometimes they'll play LeVert at small forward, but they'll play him off the bench at small forward. They won't start him regularly. That's the thing I noticed with the Cavs. Jets stats are and why they're 15-2. I'm not... I mean, the Cavs, I should probably look at the point totals. But yeah, everybody on the core 4 looks good for the Cavs. But I kind of want to see what Winnipeg...
They only scored under 120 points once.
Still, They're outside of their 4 starters and Levert, nobody on that team's averaging more than 10 points a game. So while it's nice, it's encouraging that they're playing so well. How sustainable is it?
30 points, who cares how many points each player is getting? If 130 points a game, it's 130 points a game.
It's still.
That's a lot of points. That's a lot of points.
Let's see NBA points per game leaders. NBA team points per game leaders. No, 30 points. I'm sure the average is not like. I'm not saying. I'm just curious. NBA team points per game. Cavs 123.4. You said 130 points a game. You're off. You're off by 7 points. You're off by 6.6 points. But to be fair, the Cavs are number 1 in points per game, 123.4. Golden State 121.3. Boston 121.3.
And Golden State is the second highest record. Last highest in the NBA. So,
I mean, I figured Golden State was going to decline without Klay Thompson. I'm surprised. I figured they'd be a bottom 10 team. The fact that their second highest record is kind of. And just first out of 32 NHL teams, and they've only surrendered 38 goals, which is second out of 32 teams. So that's pretty good. Their only injuries are defensemen Viley, Heinola, and Logan Stanley. They're 2 third-line defensemen. So those are the numbers there. But second-line left winger who I talked about on the podcast, 20 points. Neil Pionk, 17 points. Morris, players in their roster with that are scoring 20 on the year, 22, averaging over a point per game. I just want to see what the Cavs have.